conference. So in quick succession, we are going to start. And the process of starting, we're going to invite the first speaker, that is Mr. Shiroma, to take his. Okay, let's start with the national anthem. And while we are doing that, I want Mr. Shiroma to start preparing, or to start the preparation, and then to start with the moment national anthem ends. So he's going to start his presentation. So let's take the national anthem. National anthem. Good morning once again. I want to welcome every one of us to this program as we gather from all over the world, from the east, from the west, from the north and the south. Whatever the time zone you have, this morning or afternoon or night, I welcome you to this great event. I want to declare this program open with these house rules. That let's switch off our set. Sorry, let's all keep mute if we are not the one presenting, to avoid interference. So please, because of time, we are a little bit behind time. We have about 13 presentations today to be able to catch up. So we're going to start in earnest. I want to welcome the first presenter this morning, Mr. Shiroma Mohammed, to start his presentation while we are still waiting for the others to come in. You're welcome. Mr. Shiroma? Mr. Shiroma, you can mute and start your presentation.
Can anyone hear me? Good morning.
Good morning, sir. We can hear you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm just trying to share my screen. I'm not sure how this works, but let me see. Is my screen visible there?
Yes,
Can
sir.
someone confirm to me?
Yes, sir. We can see your screen, sir.
Okay, let me put it on the presentation mode. So, good morning once again. My presentation is going to be the role of youth in biodiversity conservation and ecological restoration in the Hadejia Nguru wetlands, northeast Nigeria. So on the map, as you can see, this is the location of the Hadejia Nguru wetlands, the one that is circled red. It is, if you look at the small map at the bottom of the bigger map, the one in yellow, you see the green patch is in relation to the Nigerian map where the Komadugu Yobe Basin, and then where, of course, the Hadejanguru wetlands is right in the middle of the basin. So this is just by way of showing those of us who are not familiar with the area. So that is it. And my name is Mohammed Chiroma, as we have already introduced me. So that area has several water resources elements, and rivers and reservoirs and dams and so on. So I have made a schematic map of the area, including the Hadejanguru wetlands, that is circled again red, as you can see the red box there, the red square there is the Hadejanguru wetlands. So there are many rivers, like I said. There are the two dams upstream in Kanu, the Talawa and the Tiga, and then there's another dam which we call the Hadeja Barrage downstream. And then the rivers there are 4 rivers or even 5. There's the Hadeja River itself, there's the Jamari River, there's the Komodugu Gana River, there's the Kafin Hausa River, there's the Marma Channel, there's the Burubgana River, there's the Old Hadija River, and then the Yobe River. All of these now discharge into Lake Chad. So these are the rivers that, these rivers, some of them converge or even take water off from in the Hadija Nguru wetlands. There's also the Nguru Lake, which I have not mentioned here. Is part of the Hadija Nguru wetlands or the Kamadugu Yobe Basin rivers. So coming down to the Hadija Nguru wetlands, I'm just doing this for those of us who are not very familiar, just to understand the situation there, because eventually we'll talk about how how the youths are going to be involved in managing of this area. So there's the please, if you cannot hear me, kindly, because I can't see hands, so kindly just speak out so I can know what to do. So we have a large population extent there in the wetlands. By the way, the area is covering approximately 3,500 square kilometers. So there is a large population there of both humans and animals. And even the population has increased in recent years because of the insurgency in the eastern part of the wetlands. And the wetlands has provided like kind of cushion for most people who have lost their livelihoods, people who have lost their homes in the insurgency affected areas and have migrated into the wetlands. That's why the population now has increased tremendously. Then it used to be like 2 to 3 million. I believe now it will be something like 5 million, even more. I'm not sure, but certainly the population has increased significantly. In the wetlands, we have water resources, of course, because that's what makes the wetlands. There's large biodiversity in the wetlands, fish species, even some of them are endemic to the wetlands. We have fauna and flora, migratory birds, European and African birds that stayed there for the winter and roost in the wetlands. And even the area was designated as Ramsar site because of this. In fact, it's the first Ramsar site in Nigeria because of the biodiversity, the richness in biodiversity of that area, particularly the concentration of migratory birds and these other species which are endemic to this area. And then we have also wild resources. There are plenty of wild resources both in terms of animal and in terms of plants. And many people in the wetlands actually depend on the wild resources for livelihood. These wild resources include like tamarind, like baobab, like dum palm, even potash. There's a lot of it there. Then there's also agriculture, of course. The people living there do all sorts of agriculture, uh, um, irrigation agriculture, using wells and using groundwater. Also surface water irrigation, flood irrigation, especially rice, and also dry upland irrigation, which is fed by rainfall. So there are all sorts of irrigation activities going on there. Then also there's groundwater recharge, because the wetland covers a large area of flooding, and it becomes a very good area for groundwater recharge. Most of the village wells and tube wells used for irrigation are tapping from shallow groundwater, which is being recharged by the wetlands. So these are part of the resources that are there, and internationally also the wetlands prevent the encroachment of the desert from the north because of the wetlands ecosystem. So, what are the problems in the Hadejunguru wetlands? Right now, there's a loss of livelihoods. So many livelihoods have been lost due to either increase in population and then overstretching resources, or due to degradation of the environment. And some people are dependent on, like I said, on the natural environment. And when the natural environment is degraded, they now lose their livelihood. There's also loss of biodiversity. This is mainly due to, again, pressure on the wetlands by people, and then climate change, as well as the activities of human beings living in the wetlands. They have created loss in biodiversity. There's also increase in resource use conflict, because now the resources are few. So people who depend on these resources have to struggle in order to meet their livelihoods, and therefore, in the event, conflict normally erupt, especially between farmers and cattle rearers, even between fishermen and farmers. Sometimes there's a lot of conflict there. And there's also loss of wetlands values. The value of wetlands that we have mentioned initially, biodiversity, and even why the place was designated as a Ramsar site. Most of these values are now becoming very low, including groundwater recharge, because the extent of flooding has reduced tremendously. So and that is it. As well, also there's increase in poverty. Poverty has increased. If people lose their livelihood, normally they fall into poverty, and then this is being escalated again by the resources conflict. So these are some of the problems that is affecting the hydrogen plants at the moment. And so what are the causes of these problems? We've mentioned a little bit of it when I was talking about the problems. Population increase, of course. People have increased, people have migrated to the area. There's need for expansion of farmlands. There's need for exploitation of natural resources, overfishing, overgrazing, and all this now has caused that problem I've just mentioned of loss of biodiversity and so forth. resources and conflict and so on. There's also issue of climate change. In recent years, the rainfall in the north here generally has decreased, and some places some of the livelihood sources like the upland farming system have not been very efficient or effective because the rain doesn't last until when they need to harvest these crops. And also, on the other hand, there are areas where flooding has occurred tremendously. And then this flooding has again caused people losing their homes and their farmlands and so on. Even biodiversity is lost as a result of flooding in the area, especially when it's a year-round of flooding that occurs every year. So that's part of the climate change issue. And then the other cause is the upstream water management. We have 2 dams upstream and irrigation projects, large irrigation projects upstream of the wetlands. And these irrigation activities, they take a lot of water, and then they don't have a proper operation procedure for their dams or water supply stores. So sometimes they release too much water, and then they cannot use the water for the irrigation, and then part of it now flows into the wetlands at the time that the wetlands does not need water. So flooding for property and even of the whole environment. And sometimes these plants and animals or species there are not used to this irregular flooding regime. So this have affected most of the biodiversity in that area. So these are main. There may be a few other problems, but these are the main problems that are causing issues in the wetlands. So I'm just being a bit fast. What are the roles of the youth in the restoration of the wetlands? There are 2 sides of it. There's indirect, and then there's a direct role. Directly, youths have engaged in channel clearance work to allow free flow of water in areas where the channels are blocked. And if the water does not flow freely, it causes inundation, and then in some places they lack water. So youths, in most cases, in communities living along the river channels have organized themselves, and this is happening almost on yearly basis. In fact, they do this kind of exercise 2 or 3 times even a year. So they organize themselves and identify areas where there are problems and start the clearance of channel, or even in some cases they have to devise a method of blocking some of the channels which carry too much water to prevent flooding. So this now regulates the amount of water in the whole wetlands. This, of course, tries to mimic the natural scenario, which has been disrupted by the upstream dams. So youths have been very efficient in that, and they are still doing it year in, year out. Sometimes when the problems are too much for them, they engage mechanical clearance or mechanical machines that mechanically to do either to create dikes or to the sealed river system. But it's mainly the youth actually that do this organization. And in fact, one of the reasons why they do it, one of the incentive for them is that when they regulate this river, it gives them opportunity do cultivation, and it reduces the amount of wheat or taifa grass that is happening in the wetlands, and they have quite large number of rice farms, and if they allow the water to be irregular, it will affect their rice cultivation. Last 2 years, they opened up large number of farmlands which were initially taken over by taifa. So it's something that the youth have been doing very well. Then they also have advocacy and enlightenment to policymakers. One area the youth normally do is they normally engage enlightenment to policymakers, so that some of these issues that are creating problems in the wetlands are actually in the purview of policymakers. It's a policy issues. If the government can implement the policies and the laws that are governing the wetlands, it will go a long way in solving some of the wetlands problems, and the youths are in the driving seat for that. They also support the enforcement of laws like the bylaws on fishing, on grazing, and so on, which has been causing conflicts for a long time. The youth are now organizing themselves into like vigilante groups to make sure that those laws are being effectively enforced in the communities. Indirectly, the youth also support the promotion of especially women now. This IGS, that's the income generation activities, like engaging women in doing other things that do not affect the ecosystem, like poultry farming, like pomade making, like soap making, and so on. So that because women in the wetlands, especially those ones in the communities, are mainly engaged in the exploitation of these natural resources, and thereby degrading the wetlands. So, and even men also, they do poaching, for example, and they have serious effect on the wetlands biodiversity. So these income generation activities now help them to reduce such pressure on the wetlands. They also engage in environmental education, especially in schools. They have school curriculums, and then school hygiene, school environmental clubs, where they teach the school children how to manage their environment, how not to do things that will affect the environment. And they are even taken for excursions in the wetlands to see how the good things about the environment, and not to do anything that will damage the environment, and so on. So these are some of the roles the youth play in the wetlands. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello. Mr. Mohammed, can you unmute? Hello, Mr. Mohammed. Can you respond to the question?
Yeah, okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, because I was unable to unmute, so that's why I was trying to unmute, but I was unable to.
Okay.
They say I've been restricted. Okay, so I had your question.
Okay.
You were asking about the challenges the youth have faced in trying to do the restoration of the wetlands. Well, there are a lot of challenges. In talking from the direct point of view, I mean the direct intervention or the direct role they are playing. The like for the advocacy, one of the problems they are facing is that mostly the policy makers where they make this advocacy is not very encouraging in the sense that they are not they have to go many times, talk to government officials, try this and try that. And now in the political area, sometimes when they go there, when they try it, it's not the same political party from which the communities are with the government in power and the people also, and therefore they are they are not mostly welcome in the place, and then also political will, and something that has to do with conservation is not something that is financially viable. I mean, they don't get any money out of that. It's mainly what do you call it? You have to be dedicated to do it because there's no money coming in. These are soft issues that government nowadays are not in. Mainly, their political will is not interested in things that will not bring about immediate benefit. So that kind of thing makes it very difficult for them to do. And then also in the enforcement of these laws, they face a lot of problems, especially with communities. And as you know, there's a lot of people there, and some of these people have taken, of course, have taken these activities a do or die issue because it affects their livelihood. So they go to all length in order to resist the enforcement process, and therefore that they face lots of challenges. Also, in terms of the indirect support, which they like for the income generation activities, one of the areas, one of the problems they face there is that of finance. You need some financing in order to provide the skills, as well as even to provide the seed money for you to start something, to start a business. And most of the people here don't have that funding. Most of the time they depend on the donors for that kind of donor assistance for that kind of thing, and it's not always coming. So these are some of the problems.
Thank you very much for those answers. I don't know if we have somebody in the house who still want to ask one question before we move to the second presentation now, because the second presenter is around. Any question? Okay. Thank you very much. In the absence of any other question, let's move to the second person. The second presenter for the day is George Atnasek, and is a member of Stantec Ecosystem Restoration Service, overseeing initiatives globally. Stantec is a registered professional engineering company that specializes in the river restoration and contributing to the field with RiverMob, which is a software. So we have one of the senior partners of Stantec present this morning, Mr. George Tanese. I'm sorry for the way I pronounce the name. I know it's going to pronounce it better. So it's going to give an overview of river restoration, giving a case study of the North America. It's going to share the perspective. And I want to believe that we in Nigeria here has quite a number of things to learn from his presentation. So I want us to pay attention as he delivered the lecture this morning. So let us welcome with an heart of gratitude and happiness, Mr. George and Nancy. You are welcome, sir. So over to you. You can have your presentation now. You're welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. And yes, what I'd like to do is start out by just giving an overview of river restoration, and the work that I tend to do is in North America. So I'm going to focus on some of the things that we're doing in North America. And with that, I'll go ahead and make sure I can advance these slides. Okay. So did want to start out with a sustainability moment, and then I was going to give a broad overview of Stantec, the company that I work for, and then again talk a little bit about river restoration, and then present a couple of case studies related to that. So just from a sustainability moment perspective, what are the best ways for us to reduce our carbon footprint? Well, it's to follow the 5 R's, which is to refuse, reduce, reuse, repurpose, and recycle. So obviously we want to reduce our energy intake, conserve water, reduce use of plastics, and just and also just increase education about just the need for a reduced carbon footprint. Okay. So Stantec was founded, back in 1954. We have offices. We are a global company. We are headquartered predominantly in North America, but we have over 28,000 employees. And, one of the things that we definitely focus on is ecosystem restoration within the company. And we also, focus on just designing with communities. From a ecosystem restoration capabilities, I think what really sets Stantec apart is we really focus on the technical expertise. And this particular profession is so multidisciplinary, so you have to have a lot of different disciplines working together to achieve a really good ecosystem restoration project, which is why I think I like this profession so much, because it does require a lot of collaboration. And with Stantec, with the size of our company, we just have a lot of different disciplines, biologists, landscape architects, geomorphologists, engineers that can all work together. And then we have the staff dedicated to doing this type of work on a full-time basis, where some of our competitors will do this work more from a part-time perspective. And then we're very much about collaboration, and we tend to work across office boundaries really well. We like to use technology such as Zoom and Teams in order to help to facilitate that collaboration. So this is just our footprint, and this is just our environmental services group, which is smaller than overall Stantec. But you can definitely see we have a lot of people in North America and then scattered other parts globally on that. So why is ecosystem restoration so important? Why do we want to put such a big focus on it? Well, clean streams, clean air, leaving the world a better place for our children is, it's paramount importance. And when you consider global biodiversity loss, climate change, just environmental degradation as a whole, it's just something that as society we really need to focus on. And it fits right in with our core values. And it fits right in with our desire to really enhance the communities that we're in. So anyway, we have a pretty strong focus on ecosystem restoration within Stantec. And then the nice thing about our team is no matter where you're at in the landscape, we have capabilities for restoration. We do a lot of river and stream restoration, wetlands. We do a lot of coastal wetlands and mangrove restoration, seagrass restoration, forest. We also do a lot of dam removals, and this is a big issue in the U.S. We have a lot of dams that are no longer being used. They've served their useful life, and now they create hazards along the river. And so we do a lot of dam removal and then river restoration after the removal of the dams. And then prairies and grasslands, lakeshore restoration. And then we also do implementation work where we build our designs, but most of our implementation work is focused on the vegetation piece of that. Okay. And pretty much do the full gamut of services from planning and assessments all the way through design, and again, and permitting. We have a lot of regulatory permitting requirements in the U.S., and then through construction, and then we have to do a lot of post-construction monitoring as well. Okay. So basically, we want to be a global leader in ecosystem restoration. We want to, expand our services and footprint to other offices. We want to help mitigate natural and human disasters, and there's plenty of those out there. And then obviously win impactful work and do it with excellence and do great work to help to restore the environment. So I want to shift gears now to just talking about river restoration. And one of the key sciences that drives the river restoration process is fluviogeomorphology, and that's basically how rivers and streams shape the Earth's surface. And the key processes here are, erosion, sediment transport, and sediment deposition. And we have to pay attention to all of those processes in the process. And this is a really interesting photograph to me. This is the Walla Walla River in Washington State within the U.S. So this is a river that was berms were constructed on either side of the river to try to contain the river within those berms. And you can see right as the river starts to top those berms, get higher in elevation than those berms, the stream starts to reestablish a meandering pattern. And, really what and rivers need to naturally meander. I mean, that's how they dissipate energy. So, really what this photo is all about is that anytime we do any restoration work, we want to work with natural processes, and we want to engineer in those natural processes rather than work against those processes. So that's one of the key ways that we approach our restoration. So with natural rivers, streams, you tend to have a bankful channel, which tends to be influenced most by storms that have a recurrence interval about 1.5 years. So they're pretty frequent storms. And then after that, you have geomorphic floodplains, which provide floodplain access and provide relief and reduction in shear stress. So from a view, this would be the active channel. The floodplain would be closer to the channel. And then what we're seeing in the background here are terraces, which at one point used to be an active floodplain, and the channel used to be connected. But then for whatever reason, the stream started to downcut and then reform at a lower elevation. And when we try to convey all of the flow event for larger storms within the limits of the banks, what happens is our geomorphic floodplain becomes confined, and we don't have a reduction of energy when we get out onto the floodplain. And as a result, this is an example of a confined geomorphic floodplain, and it's pretty frequent to see a lot of erosion along these confined channels. So, one of the things that we're always looking to do is to improve that floodplain access with the channel. So I mentioned the bankful channel. So bankful discharge it's the discharge that controls the channel form, and it is the discharge at which the rate of sediment transport is maximized. It is not the discharge with the most sediment transport, but it is the discharge where the rate of sediment transport is maximized. And in a channel such as this, if the channel was undisturbed, it would be at the point that the channel would start to get out on the floodplain. The top of that would be the bankful discharge. And the more, again, that tends to be a recurrence interval between about 1.2 to 1.6 years. And the more urbanized the watershed, the higher the recurrence interval, and the closer that recurrence interval gets to 1 on that. So in the States, this is examples of what has occurred in the past to try to stabilize streams. This is an example of concrete. This is not a good restoration approach. The biggest problem with concrete is, one, it's not natural. It can be expensive. And then just the concrete and just really heats this water up to where no organisms can survive in that water. So that's not going to create a healthy ecosystem. This is the use of gabion baskets. So this is rock that is enclosed within a metal mesh to help to hold the rock in place. Again, I don't consider this river restoration at all. It's not using natural materials. And what happens a lot of times are these the metal that's holding the rock in place will get damaged, and then eventually the rock will fall in. What's interesting too about this channel is you can see a channel starting to form within a channel. And this is a case where the river is really wider. The stream here, or creek here, is really wider than what it needs to be. So it's trying to reform a smaller channel and try to narrow up on that. But again, not really a good use of restoration. This is an example of restoration. This entire channel was engineered, and you can see the vegetation, how that's come in and naturally helped to stabilize the channel. This is that same channel, different perspective, before all the vegetation came in and while it was still under construction. These are live stakes that are stakings of willows or willow cuttings that were used to help to vegetate the site. So with rivers, there's always a balance, and this is known as Lane's relationship. And so there's a balance of sediment size. Sorry about that. There's a balance of sediment size and sediment discharge, which is proportional to water discharge and slope. And if you do anything that affects any of these parameters, the river will start to adjust. So for instance, if you straighten a channel, and by straightening it, you decrease sinuosity, which in turn increases slope. Now on this side of the equation, you have excess energy. So you now can move larger sediment and more sediment. So, and that's what tends to happen when we straighten channels. The natural response is that the bed starts to downcut because now there's more energy in the system. And then as a result, we tend to go through a channel evolution process. And this is Simon's modification of Shum's channel evolution model, where we start out in this first stage with good access to the floodplain. Then the channel starts to downcut for whatever reason. And then it finally reaches a maximum downcut where it starts to over widen. And then it will begin to reform a new channel at a lower elevation. And it'll become stable again, but it abandons a floodplain. So that terrace used to be the active floodplain, and now the active floodplain is at this lower elevation. And again, a lot of times when we straighten channels and we increase the slope, that triggers this whole process. And just from if we look at what is really driving that, streams are all about shear stress, which is the unit weight of water times hydraulic radius, which is the same thing as depth, times slope. So what happens is, if we try to channelize a stream and convey the large floods within the limits of the banks, we get a shear stress curve that looks like this. And if we, down at a bank flow elevation, we're wider and not as deep, so there's not as much shear stress to move the sediment through, so we'll tend to get sediment dropping out. And then when we get these really big floods, there's so much shear stress that all the sediment, if there was any sediment that drops out, it'll get mobilized and pushed through the system. Whereas this natural stream at the bottom here that has really good floodplain access at a more of a bankful flow, it's not as wide and it's deeper, so there's more shear stress, so it can push the sediment through at those lower flows. And then when we get to these really high flows, it's able to spread out on a floodplain. So streams want to naturally exist on this type of a shear stress curve. So that's what tends to drive that channel evolution. So just want to talk a little bit real quickly about some innovative structures. So this is a log vein. So this is wood that is buried in the channel. Flow is coming in this direction, and you can see it creates nice habitat, but also protects this bank. And it protects the bank by the angle of this log, helps to create zero slope up against in the near bank region for all flows up to about bank full. This would be the use of wood buried into the bank, and then we can do soil wraps or we can lay down sod, but we are able to work wood in. So this would be an example of a eroding bank and then once you work the wood in, actually just pick up sod, drop it in, and now you've got a pretty stable bank. And this is another view of that same type of treatment as it's being built. So you can, excavate and immediately put the soil on top of it. So I want to shift now to just talk about some case studies. So this is a project that was called Hatchery Creek. And the goal here was to create a self-sustaining trout stream where trout could spawn and spend their whole life stages. And this is the outlet channel before we ended up doing our project. And so this is an overview of that outlet channel went down through here. So the stream used to go through a trout hatchery, and then this was the outlet. It would then go down this bank into the Cumberland River. And what the project did was it extended it 6,000 feet and built multiple stream types, single thread meandering streams, as well as braided systems that are in there as well. So again, the goal was to make it so that every life stage of the trout could survive well. We did a design, focused on reviewing the watershed, making geomorphic measurements, collecting a lot of geomorphic data, and we looked at sediment transport. We used a reference. Okay, thank you. So we utilized a reference reach in the design. So this is the Deschutes River, and this was used as a reference. So we measured a lot of parameters about this river, and then we used those parameters and to ultimately come up with the design that we wanted to come up with. So we had a meandering C stream type. This is based on the Roskin classification, with riffles and pools. And then this would be an example of one of our engineered drawings where we ended up, this is our riffle, and we ended up coming in with spawning gravel as well as riffle material. This is a view of that riffle being constructed, and worked wood into the riffle as well, and just re-meandered the channel through this floodplain. And that's what it ended up looking like within 2 growing seasons afterwards. And then just we had multi-thread channels, braided channel systems where we built smaller channels, and we just kind of weaved these channels in between trees. And then that's a view of what that braided system tended to look like. We had larger main channel and then smaller channels coming in. And these channels also provide a great wetland function. And then we had to step the flow down to that original channel. So we came in with a step pool system. That was what it looked like before flow was turned in. And then what it looked like after flow was turned in. And again, trying to make it look as natural as possible. So this is the project approximately 3 years after it was built. And the thing that's interesting is prior to, 3 years prior to this picture being taken, there wasn't even a river at this location. So just another couple projects. This is the Deer Grove habitat restoration. This was mitigation for the expansion of an airport near Chicago. And we did a wide variety of restoration. We did endangered species removal with controlled burns. We did a lot of drain tile removals to enhance the wetlands, did a lot of native plant installations, woodland restoration, and then spraying on invasive species. And so basically the site had both woodland areas, prairies, wetlands, streams, all different types of habitat types were restored on this particular site. And it's a fairly large one. This last one I'm going to show is the Katy Prairie stream restoration. This is in Texas within the US. And this was the goal here. What funded this project was the need to mitigate for impacts due to roadway construction in other locations. So we had to provide mitigation for those impacts. But the goal was to create a stable stream that would be naturally functional and stable in both a bankful event as well as a 100-year flood event. So this is the overall site. These are the different reaches of stream that were restored. And, a pretty large area was restored in this process. And we constructed the project in phases, and then we have to monitor it for 5 years after it's being built. So this is a view of what it looked like prior to restoration. And again, this is that entrenched channel where the stream doesn't have good access to the floodplain. And then we ended up building raising the channel up and reconnecting the stream to the floodplain. And we used a variety of log veins. We used tow wood in here as well. And then shortly after we built the project, Hurricane Harvey came and hit the site. And so at the site, it was about a 500-year storm event. And, we really only designed it to handle a 100-year storm event. But the bottom line, this river was very resilient because it had great floodplain access. So when that larger storm event came, it was able to get out on the floodplain and did not cause damage to the river, even though it was relatively new. So that concludes my talk, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Dr. George. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes.
Oh yeah, thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. So I'll be opening the floor for questions. Please, do we have questions for Dr. George? All right. In the absence of none, or if you have any questions, you can put it down in the chat box. We'll be moving to the next speaker, um, who is Rukaya, Miss Rukaya Mohammed. Miss Rukaya Mohammed, please, are you online?
Yeah, I'm online. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Yeah, good morning, Miss Rukaya.
So
All right. You have the floor, Ma. But please, if
Oh,
you have any question for Dr. George, kindly put it in the chat box, please. All right, you can have the floor, Ma. Thank you very much.
all right. So sorry I could not come up with any slide due to my tight schedules, but I have one or two to bring to the table. My title of presentation today is Education and Awareness, promoting ecological restoration. Okay, once again, good morning, good afternoon, everyone around the world. My prayers are with you. Today I would like to discuss the crucial role of education and awareness in promoting ecological restoration in Nigeria and beyond, or let me say just globally. You see, we all know that our planet is facing numerous environmental challenges due to human activities such as the deforestation, the pollution, and the habitat destruction. And I think these are the major threats to the planet itself. So it is imperative that we restore. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we can, Ma. Yes, we can.
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
So I think it is of crucial importance for us to restore ecosystems, to maintain biodiversity, and also improve ecosystem services. And we also need to mitigate climate change education and awareness, which are powerful tools that can drive positive changes and inspire individuals, communities, policymakers, and decision makers also to take action on this. So I have some important keywords to talk about in terms of ecological restoration. Ecological restoration is a process of repairing and revitalizing damaged ecosystems. It is crucial and important because it helps reverse the negative impact of human activities on environment. By restoring ecosystems, we can enhance biodiversity, we can improve water and air quality, which are so meaningful and useful to mankind and also to the planet itself. Also, it will give a way to create more resilient habitats. Ecological restoration also play a vital role in mitigating climate change by sequestering carbon, also restoring our natural carbon sinks. So when we talk of role of education in ecological restoration, which is very important because without the knowledge of shared, I think it's one of the major issues that's bridging the gap to like overcome the climate change issues. So the role of education, ecological restoration. Education is a fundamental component in promoting ecological restoration by educating individuals about the importance of ecosystem itself. We can create a sense of responsibility and inspire actions. When you talk inspiring actions, is bringing up things on the table that can benefit the planet itself and also benefit mankind at large. So definitely we need to see how best we can in inspiring those actions to be meaningful. And also schools, colleges, and universities have a significant role to play in promoting the environmental literacy. Look now, currently I have an NGO I run, and which I'm trying to push to the table on how climate education can be fit in all education curriculum in schools. Like from nursery school, yeah, it can start from primary, secondary and all that, because if they have the climate knowledge, it will easily help in fighting the climate change. Okay, sorry. And also, we're talking of promoting environmental literacy. Environmental literacy involves understanding the interconnectedness of ecosystems, recognizing the impact of human activities, and also making informed decisions to promote the environment. By fostering environmental literacy, we can empower individuals to become active participants in ecological restoration. This can be achieved through educational programs that focus on ecological concepts, environmental ethics, and sustainable practices. So when we talk of the role of community engagement in ecosystem restoration, also, community engagement is a crucial to successful ecological restoration because local communities have a deep understanding of their ecosystems and can also contribute valuable knowledge, ideas, and resources. Engaging communities will bring a very strong communication because it's needed. Also, when we talk of the community engagement, we're talking of how these natural resources, how we can engage communities through restoration workshops, citizen science initiatives, and computer-based and community-based projects that can foster a sense of ownership and empowerment the individuals to take action. When we want to, each and every time we are trying to reach out to communities to see how best we can make them be part of whatsoever we are going to do in the protection of the ecosystems, we need to give them the sense of ownership. This belongs to you. These are for you. Okay, how best can we come in to work this together so that we can achieve a desired result? So that's why the community ownership is very, very important when it comes to dealing with communities, dealing with stakeholders and all that, because it will always give them sense of, okay, we belong here, and we need to put our effort in this to make sure that our community is safe and we do what we want to do and achieve it in that sense. Okay, when we talk of ecological restoration in terms of awareness campaign, you see, awareness campaigns are effective tools for reaching a wider audience and mobilizing support for ecological restoration. These campaigns can utilize various mediums such as social media, television, radio station, blogs, and public events. To raise awareness about the importance of restoration and inspire actions, successful awareness campaigns highlight the benefits of restorations, showcasing the restoration project and provide information on how individuals can get involved and act. Social media nowadays are a very bigger and strong tools when it comes to sending messages out. And this awareness campaigns, I'm going to use media stations and raising awareness on ecological restoration. It's one of the vital keys in fighting and protecting the planet itself. So when we talk of how government policies and incentives can help in ecological restorations, and government policies and incentives plays a significant role in promoting ecological restoration because legislation that supports restoration efforts, such as funding, protected areas, and regulations to prevent further degradation is essential. Government can also provide incentives, such as tax benefits or grants, to encourage individuals and organizations to engage in restoration activities. By creating a supportive policy framework, also government can facilitate and accelerate restoration efforts. The last but not the least is collaboration and partnerships. Collaboration and partnerships are always vital when dealing with a bigger issue, because the climate issue is a bigger issue, it's a global issue that affects each and everyone. The child, even the unborn, is get affected in one way or the other. So it's a global issue which collaboration and partnership needs to come in, because governments, non-governmental organizations, civil society organizations, businesses, and local communities must work together to pool resources, share knowledge, and coordinate efforts. Collaborative restoration projects have proven to be highly effective in achieving significant environmental outcomes. By fostering collaboration, we can leverage the collective expertise and resources needed for large-scale restoration initiative. In conclusion here, I would say education and awareness are vital in promoting ecological restorations. By educating individuals, engaging community stakeholders, implementing effective policies, and fostering collaborations, we can create a more sustainable future for us, for a future to come, and everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Shukaya. Ms. Shukaya is a dedicated activist in human rights, gender rights, advocacy, climate action, and environmental preservation. She has a vast experience as we all know the way she delivered our lecture in public policy, community development, and project management. So thank you very much, Ms. Shukaya, for that wonderful lecture. If you have any questions for her, kindly indicate if you have any questions for her. And you can also put down your questions in the chat box.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll be from the background for any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, so pending while we wait for questions for her and questions for okay, Mohammed Shuma. Yeah, you can go ahead, sir. You can go ahead, sir, with the question, sir. I can see your
Okay.
hands up, sir.
Yeah. Good morning once again. Well done, Ms.
Good morning, sir.
Rukaya, for your presentation. I would have loved it was PowerPoint so we can be able to see who are always coming in. And these migrants, some of them are short time, like the pastoralists. They come, spend few days or few weeks, and then they leave. So they normally, one issue we normally have with them is whether you do this you educate the communities in terms of conservation of the natural resources. These people will not be there when you will be doing this education exercise, and it takes some time. And then also they come, but before you know it, they have gone. So they don't have this knowledge, and they come with kind of ignorance in terms of restoration of or even managing the environment. So how do we manage this kind of population where they are not in one place and they can cause devastation easily? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your question. I understand from where it's coming from. But when dealing with communities, I think how I do it my own way, let me say it. I usually pass through the state government. It depends on the commission. Yeah, it depends on the commission of that. Listen, like for the climate change, I always partner with the commission, with the Department of Climate Change in every state. I reach out to them, send them data how I want to like improve a community, impact a community from that state, and then it will give me a heads up. It will give me a very more easy communication on how to do that, because currently I'm into a mangrove restoration project in Bayelsa State, and I know how I use a method I use to get to the community, because I use the government itself, and also like in each of Bayelsa State, they always battle with the oil spillage of ethane and all that, so they're already infected with the climate change issues. So it was like an easy something for me, because these are part of their issues, and how can we restore back the mangrove in that community, since mangrove plays a vital role in aspect of the what the coastal and everything. So that was why it was an easy thing for me. And also, when you're approaching a project that has to do with the community, first and foremost, you sit with them, ask them what is their problem. Like, this is what you have on mind. Okay, cutting down of trees are not good. There are other methods which you can easily replace with firewood, like the briquette production that is happening with sugarcane hulks, with the rice crops and all that. You can easily produce your charcoal, which I'm into it now. Sustainable waste management, which I'm into it now. So through that kind of means, if you can get that on a means to replace another one, it can be okay. But you go to the community without anything that can help them replace whatsoever they are involved into, it's always not going to end where you want it, because last time, even if you do your awareness and lives, they'll continue from where they stopped, because there's nothing for them to replace what you are demanding for them to stop or to do. So what I do is, if I go to communities to raise awareness on deforestation, I usually go with my briquette production techniques. This is what I do. You don't need to buy anything from the market to have your charcoal. You can use the rice husk. You can use sugarcane waste. Just the method I usually put in place to produce this thing. I have them. So I usually raise awareness on things I know can benefit them, and also the other things I do is how they can easily, if they don't have the means of sugarcane waste, they can pick the plastics from the streets, pick the plastics. We have ventures where you can easily drop this plastic and get some money. So you have to, when you're applying techniques, when you're applying strategies in issues that has to do with community, you need to make sure that there's a plus to what you are taking out. Because if there's no plus to what you're taking out, you just go and finish your own and leave. And then also, when you want to involve things, community development, you have to involve the people as stakeholders. The people of the community should be part of the stakeholders of this, because it's only then you can have a desired result. If you want to go into community, you want to work with the people from the community, involve them in it, engage them in it, give them the own sense of ownership for them to believe that, okay, yeah, it's good. Since this is back to me and it's for our own benefit, then it's cool, we can do it. So you trying to raise this awareness to have a very fundamental effect is you working with the community as stakeholders to be part of your project first. And secondly, if that should be a way, if you are minusing this from that community, that you are trying to make a change from that community, make sure you have a plus to it. If not, you raise awareness and leave, and there won't be any achievement from it. So these are the steps I usually took whenever I will have a project that's to do with community development. I usually make sure that they're part of it, they own it. I'm only there to assist, they own it and assist them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. Mr. Mohammed, was your question cleared?
Yeah,
Hello,
thank you
Mr.
very
Mohammed.
much. Yeah,
All right.
I even said something on the chat box that I'm referring to unstable communities. Stable communities
Okay,
that
yeah.
hardly stay in one place. They move from one place to the other, and then you are trying, and then they are the most destructive in terms of destroying the ecology of the biodiversity. So these are communities that are not very stable. So you can't easily get them to do any education for them, because they come 2-3 days, they move. So that's what I'm just trying to find a strategy on how we are going to manage this kind of itinerant communities. That's what I'm saying. Just like the pastoralists.
Yeah, you have done that already. You have two options. That you I can allow you write a mark number on that question. That's just me allowing you. If anybody come in, I'm not part of them.
Okay, when ana ada kwana da wifi nan wifi na da zai na da ya na participate
Yeah, thank you very much. So kindly mute yourself. I don't have access to YouTube right now. Sorry, Abdullahi, you're interrupting with noise, please. Sorry. Kindly mute yourself. So we'll be having a short video interlude, and after that we'll be coming back to our next speaker, which is Dr. Yit Barek. I don't know, Dr. Yit Barek, are you on the call, please? Dr. Yit Barek. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it with Dr. Yit Barek. All right, so we'll be having a short interlude, then we'll be coming back.
Today, we are using 1.6 Earths to give us what we need to live, eat, and grow our economies. We are plundering and polluting nature's resources, treating it as a dumping ground for plastic and waste. If we don't act now, we could lose 1 million species in the next few decades. Like we would lose our coral reefs, which will impact fish first, then fishers, then entire economies. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you there's a solution? It's called ecosystem restoration. Healthy ecosystems regulate our drinking water and carbon, which are the backbone of life on Earth. All living things need carbon. Trees store carbon, so does soil, and seagrass in the ocean. Even the human body is 18% carbon. But as ecosystems become weak, they release carbon instead of storing it. Look at the soil below your feet. Healthy soil grows 95% of our food. But pollution, climate change, and pesticides are making soil less productive. And when yields go down, instead of restoring, we expand. Till more land, turning wild places into farmland, and pollute healthy soil. When we lose forests, wildlife is forced to come closer to humans, bringing what's called zoonotic disease, a virus that is passed between animals and humans, like bird flu, Ebola, and COVID-19. But there are some actions we can take today. Growing trees in cities would help to cut pollution dramatically. They would filter and cool the air, improving our health and reducing global warming. But trees can do more. Look at mangroves, for example. For each dollar we spend on restoring mangroves, we would earn $4 as they protect our coastlines from storms and floods. Building economies around nature will create jobs for the future, jobs that you could have. Restoring ecosystems will not be simple, and it will not be easy. But together, we can do it. We are calling entrepreneurs, thinkers, leaders in your family, school, and workplace to get involved. Can you do your part too? Reimagine how and what you consume. Recreate your relationship with the planet. Join Generation Restoration.
All right. Thank you very much. We'll be moving to the next speaker. He's Dr. Yitzbarek. I don't know if he is on the call. I can see he's on the call. Dr. Yitzbarek. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it well. Surface, are you on the call?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
So
Is my slot now? I thought it was 1 o'clock. Or is it already 1 o'clock now?
No, it is not. Sorry, the speaker who is supposed to present before you is not available at the moment. So we'll be using it to fill up that space. Probably when he's around, we'll put him in your place by one.
Sorry?
Are you ready, sir?
I beg your pardon. Can't hear you.
Okay, so I said you are to present by one, but the speaker who is to present now is currently not available, so you'll be taking his spot.
Okay. I have a meeting in about 10 to 20 minutes if you have, because I was expecting at 1 o'clock, so I had another engagement in between. Is that possible?
Yeah, there's no problem. There's no problem.
Thank you.
Yeah. I'll just continue with the video interlude till Dr. Yitzbarek is ready, and then we'll get your presentation.
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Today, we are using 1.6 Earths to give us what we need to live, eat, and grow our economies. We are plundering and polluting nature's resources, treating it as a dumping ground for plastic and waste. If we don't act now, we could lose 1 million species in the next few decades. Like we would lose our coral reefs, which will impact fish first, then fishers, then entire economies. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you there's a solution? It's called ecosystem restoration. Healthy ecosystems regulate our drinking water and carbon, which are the backbone of life on Earth. All living things need carbon. Trees store carbon, so does soil, and seagrass in the ocean. Even the human body is 18% carbon. But as ecosystems become weak, they release carbon instead of storing it. Look at the soil below your feet. Healthy soil grows 95% of our food. But pollution, climate change, and pesticides are making soil less productive. And when yields go down, instead of restoring, we expand. Till more land, turning wild places into farmland, and pollute healthy soil. When we lose forests, wildlife is forced to come closer to humans, bringing what's called zoonotic disease, a virus that is passed between animals and humans, like bird flu, Ebola, and COVID-19. But there are some actions we can take today. Growing trees in cities would help to cut pollution dramatically. They would filter and cool the air, improving our health and reducing global warming. But trees can do more. Look at mangroves, for example. For each dollar we spend on restoring mangroves, we would earn $4 US as they protect our coastlines from storms and floods. Building economies around nature will create jobs for the future, jobs that you could have. Restoring ecosystems will not be simple, and it will not be easy. But together, we can do it. We are calling entrepreneurs, thinkers, leaders in your family, school, and workplace to get involved. Can you do your part too? Reimagine how and what you consume. Recreate your relationship with the planet. Join Generation Restoration. Be a part of the solution.
That's what's happening in our environment, to the rivers and streams that are the lifeblood of Michigan's ecosystems. Can we restore the free flow of these rivers and streams? Can we heal the damage? And who has the power to undo what's been done?
Well, as a Anishinaabe Kwe, which means I'm
lots of water right up against the stream banks. So you can see there's been a lot of stream bank erosion right up adjacent to these road stream crossings. And then also you'll get that erosion happens there. It also happens in between. And this looks like a fix because you'll start getting piping down along, and the water won't be going through the culvert only. It'll also be going around the culvert, and that can be a big problem for roads. They can just all of a sudden fail from a sinkhole occurring right under the road. It can be quite dangerous. And all of that sediment and erosion, that just adds pollution to the stream and the Great Lakes.
One thing that has changed our world is in the 2014 Farm Bill, we saw the birth of the RCPP, Regional Conservation Partnership Program. It was the first time ever that USDA NRCS, the Natural Resources Conservation Service, had taken a piece of the Farm Bill funding and offered it up to solve locally defined problems oriented around these collaborations. The partners knew and trusted each other for decades. We have the partnerships in the commercial or private side with private engineering firms. So the large infusion of funding that came with that program gave us traction.
I had the honor of chairing the Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry Committee in the United States Senate. It was important to me to look for new, better ways to be able to protect our land and protect our water. And so in the 2014 Farm Bill, I authored the Regional Conservation Partnership Program to really broaden out who could be involved, leverage private money along with federal dollars, and make sure whatever was done really was driven by the local community.
The Tribal Streams and Michigan Fruit Belt Collaborative is one of the most unique partnerships in the United States. The primary ecological restoration goals are to restore connectivity of streams while also protecting them and doing habitat restoration so the water quality is improved. We also recognize that a well-managed fruit farm is good for water quality because it provides buffers. And so if you permanently protect these farms, you're also helping protect our streams. As the scientists have told us, well-managed fruit farms are the next best thing to actual native forest.
This project covers much of Northwest Lower Michigan. It involves over a dozen nonprofit organizations, the Tribal Nation, the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians, as well as governmental agencies like road commissions, all coming together to protect water quality and working farmland. Family farms are really a big component of this project.
The Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians is the lead non-federal entity in the collaborative, and the Northwest Lower Michigan geography was designed to mimic the Lower Peninsula portion of the 1836 Treaty of Washington ceded territory.
I think it's important that the Grand Traverse Band take a leadership role in this because it is something that our grandparents and our ancestors have fought for, have reminded us how important it is, and even in their times would go and address the leaders or would go and attend meetings, and they never forgot. They've always understood our place here. It reminds me of how our grandparents or 7 generations always remembered. And I think it's important that we stand up so that we remember and that we honor that, and then we look ahead for the next 7 generations. As a tribal member, that makes me proud that the Grand Traverse Band would say, we are willing to take the lead, we want to take the lead, because in that we are bringing all of that knowledge with us and able to ensure that it's done correctly and that we don't forget.
Here we are at one site, and whether it is the replacement of a single culvert or large complex projects, we're removing 3 undersized culverts with a timber bridge. These kinds of projects take help. Partners, lots of partners like the road commissions, the agencies that do the permitting and evaluation, engineering firms, and many times tribal governments. When we evaluate these crossings, we have to understand what kind of impact or change will happen. So we look at the biological communities and measure that before and after. We also conduct the data collection for engineering and designing these solutions so that they're adequately passing flood flows. In between all that, we've got meeting after meeting after meeting where we're discussing budgets and designs and so on. So the goal is to thoughtfully bring together the human infrastructure, the transportation infrastructure, because we know we can't just get rid of that, but I'll couple that with actual high quality watershed infrastructure, if you will, the watershed ecology and function, connectivity.
In instances such as this, where we've got increased velocities and sediment movement, to create a large plunge pool. We're changing the morphology and the geometry of the stream. Once it gets past there, it's also then depositing that sediment right as the water starts to slow down in velocity. So we're altering the stream morphology at the crossing, which then alters the ability for the stream to provide the necessary conditions for aquatic organisms of all different kinds to navigate upstream. The width of the stream that we need to span will dictate sometimes what that structure should be, whether it's a bridge or a culvert, whether it's concrete or metal. And then we also kind of look at the budget as well. We're looking to mimic what the natural geometry and morphology of the stream is. In doing that, we can be well assured that at the end result will be a natural stream function underneath the road.
This RCPP in general has been very successful. There's been so many acres of land protected from development. And so, land protected from development is then set aside for future ag purposes. And then also sequesters carbon, helps to protect water quality, groundwater quality, surface water quality. Through the stream habitat restoration, we can quantify the amount of stream miles connected, the amount of potentially soil erosion stopped.
This railroad crossing was put in the turn of the century, around 1900. And when they put this railroad crossing in, they really didn't know much about stream hydraulics. Put in just what they had in order to pass the water under the crossing. They had two 24-inch culverts that were just not big enough for the size of the river, especially during high flows. This crossing here was one of the worst crossings in the watershed because it not only blocked the migration of fish and aquatic insects upstream from the Boardman River, but it also blocked the flow downstream. For decades, we've been trying to find suitable funding to get this crossing replaced, and it wasn't until the Tribal Stream and Fruit Belt Collaborative was made available for matching funds that we were able then to make this affordable. So what we were able to do is design a concrete culvert that had alternating baffles. And so as the stream flows through this culvert, it bounces back and forth within that culvert, but it provides resting areas for fish and aquatic insects as they make their way upstream. This box culvert is 6 foot high, 12 foot wide, like 105 feet long. So you had to set this thing in sections. But in order to do that, in order to get the equipment down there, we have to remove tens of thousands of cubic yards of material over that crossing. What did we do with the stream that was still flowing? We had to pump that over. And so we pumped the stream over and back into the stream on the downstream side. Then after we got that cement culvert into place, we had to put that tens of thousands of cubic yards of fill back over the top of that culvert, and each lift had to be compacted. It was quite an undertaking.
So the Regional Conservation Partnership Program, or RCPP as it's affectionately known as, is basically a coordinated effort between NRCS and our partners to address resource concerns that have been identified by the partners at the local level. Sometimes the Natural Resource Conservation Service, or NRCS, will provide the technical assistance. Sometimes the partners will provide the technical assistance, but more times than not, it's a collaborative effort throughout the whole project. I think that you should always acknowledge a good project. And so I've taken a walk around this site here today. What makes it special is that it's actually doing what the program is intended to do. It allows the local partners to identify a resource concern, here aquatic habitat, and it's really addressing that.
Even though some of these streams and some of these restoration projects are not directly on tribal land, it's all interconnected. All of this water flows the same direction and ends up out in the bay or out in Lake Michigan, and it's all interconnected. It's just like all of us are interconnected, and sometimes it's hard when we get involved in our everyday life to see those connections between each other, or to realize that the water that may be 100 miles away, how that water is affected by things like stormwater runoff that could be carrying pollutants and different types of chemicals or toxins. That is going to be carried and interconnect and affect everything farther downstream.
We are essentially overlaying permanent land protection and stream restoration on a very large scale for the first time. And the stakes are pretty high. I mean, our initial partnership in the first 5 years ended up bringing in $12 million of Farm Bill funding into northern Michigan. However, we also needed to be able to rally partner contributions locally to match that. Well, that's where our partners really shined through, to the point where we were able to bring in a renewal of the Farm Bill funds for another $6 million, so a total of $18 million. And so far, we have contributions and pledges in the next couple of years that total $45 million. So we're really proud to know that we've repaired 50 plus sites so far that are now free, where we have free flow in the rivers, that we've unblocked the streams in 9 different watersheds. We have our sights set on about 4,000 acres of permanently protected land, and we're more than 2/3 of the way through that work plan. And those are big impacts on river restoration in a 5-year period that have never been possible before.
I think the whole point of the RSPP initiative was taking a regional, big landscape view of water quality protection and land protection, specifically farmland protection, limiting impervious surfaces, that runoff that would typically end up in the surface waters and into streams and then out into the bay is really important. Another thing to note about a lot of our farms up here, most of them are in perennial, deeply rooted crops, cherry orchards, apple orchards, and those act similar to a forest ecosystem when you're thinking of filtration of the water and pollutants too. So when you remove those and put up concrete or something like that, again, that's just going to run straight off into our waters.
So the specific activities that get us closer to our water quality goals are preventing farms from being subdivided, reducing impervious surfaces, because as we've known, pavement is the last crop. So if you protect the trees, this filter strips between the rows of trees, you're also preventing water quality degradation. You're preventing runoff, you're preventing sedimentation, and yes, you're preventing nutrients from getting into our streams and ultimately into Lake Michigan.
So the unique part about this program is it protects water quality and working family farms. What people often don't recognize in this part of the world is that most family farms are not farmed from fence row to fence row. Roughly 40, 50, 60% of those farms are steep slopes, they're forest land, they're wildlife habitat, they're wetlands, they're watershed features. And this program, unlike other programs that have come before, protect all of those things. So in terms of ecological restoration, you have 2 things going on. You're protecting the land base in the first place, and then you're creating opportunities for our partners like the Grand Traverse Band of Ottawa and Chippewa Indians and the Conservation Resource Alliance to do restoration projects that enable aquatic organism passage in places that have been closed off historically because of land development.
Well, I think it's fantastic that the Grand Traverse Band is leading this effort, and I'm so excited that they are, because I think it's the only Indigenous-led RCPP project that we have across Michigan, and we certainly don't want it to be the last. These are very, very important partnerships, and I do think there is a special commitment and dedication and long-term view, generation to generation, because that's really what this is about. It's not just about us. It's about passing the land and the resources and water and the fish and other species onto our children and our grandchildren and their children.
Traditionally, the Anishinaabe would travel to the various locations and use the land in its natural form. And so, for example, they would maybe canoe across and they would go fish in certain streams and rivers, or they might travel over and garden, or they may go and gather medicines in a certain location. So we didn't disturb the land, or we didn't make the land fit our need. We went to the places where everything was there and kept for us, and then we would take and use what was there. And so in this project of restoring, the way that the land was and the way it is now don't go together. So when you restore lakes and rivers, streams, or the woods, or you replant the medicines and everything in its natural state, then it makes it stronger. Then for us as Anishinaabe, it's recreating and bringing that back to us.
We're taught to think about the 7 generations that came before us to get us to where we are. And we have to think about 7 generations, you know, not just my daughter that's here, not just her kids. You know, I need to think 7 generations out, and whatever I'm doing to take care of this land, this is for them. And this is to make sure that the things that are so important to us and our culture are gonna be here in 7 more generations for them to sustain their life. And you think about a project of restoring that stream and the difference that it makes in a year or 2, the difference that this is gonna make in 200 years of taking care of these streams and these waterways makes such a huge impact on our future. Sometimes it's just mind-boggling. You're just so proud of people for making that step and putting this work in. What seems so hard, and all the organizations that came together to be able to make this work, they're making a huge impact for the future. And that's just big. That's really big to me.
So thank you very much for staying with us while we play that short interview. Yeah, so we'll be handing the floor to Dr. Yitbarek, who is a researcher at the Center for Agroecological Water Resilience. He has actively engaged in multinational and institutional initiatives, collaborating with multidisciplinary experts, government officials, and international practitioners. Dr. Yitbarek's extensive experience includes substantial domestic and international travels. His research spans across cross-cutting themes with disseminations through referred journals, books, proceedings, reports, and presentations at various international events. Please welcome Dr. Yitbarek as he takes the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir. You can go on, sir.
Okay. So I'll be presenting on a bit of a bigger aspect of restoration, especially in Africa, the macro environmental factors which are affecting, because to date we have been hearing about the micro environmental issues like the technical aspects of restoration. We are hearing about the biophysical aspect of restoration issues. But here I am trying to show how the macro environment, or the bigger aspect of nations or continents is affecting restoration. So my objective is, as I mentioned again, a macro environmental factors while assessing that and seeing how this is affecting the governance of restoration projects in Africa. And so to start with, a project could have micro-environmental factors, as you can see in the picture as well. That's the project management, the time, the cost, the technicalities, and everything else. But the macro environment, which is a political factor, the economics, the social, all that is beyond the control of the scheme is what we call macro environment. And how is that affecting a small project within Africa, a small budgeted project, or a bigger program, a national program? And when we say governance, we are mentioning how all of this is governed at a national level, how many of the projects and programs within a country or a continent are being governed. So how is that affecting it, and how can the governance respond to this is my focus today. Restoration, obviously, you have been hearing for the last over the last presentations. So my point here, as I mentioned earlier again, why macro environmental factors? Because we keep hearing globally there are different restoration schemes going on in every country, at least in a few that we have had the chance to assess. We have seen at least about 50 projects within a country. So we see, they call them tree planting, afforestation programs, or projects, reforestation, etc. They come with different names, but they are more or less restoration projects. And most of these projects, they mostly report they have been failing, or they haven't been sustainable, and which is a big factor nowadays that we hear. After a lot of budget being spent on these projects, we usually hear either they are not sustainable or they have failed, or even at the implementation stage, at least. So stakeholders tried to identify previously with stakeholders being researchers, NGOs, they tried to identify factors. What is causing this failure? And so they tried to see mostly the micro-environmental factors, like the biophysical, something that is within the remit of the projects, or at least at a landscape level, issues at a landscape level. But to date, no one seems, well, of course, everyone sees it, but because it is a challenge, it seems it is being overseen by many stakeholders, the socio-cultural, the political, the bigger aspect, or the macro environment factor is being overseen. And that's why we are focused on this aspect. And because we are not seeing many stakeholders trying to sort this issue, every donor is investing budgets on restoration schemes everywhere, but no one is trying to work with the national government. Here is how your political system is affecting the restoration schemes. Here is how your economic decisions are affecting. So this has to have some sort of a frame. And so several stakeholders tried to produce micro-environment factors, mechanisms on how to solve those micro-environmental issues, but not the macro-environmental factors, which are hard to approach, hard to deal with, but we can at least start up the discussion on how to solve these bigger. If you talk to a restoration scheme leaders or project managers, you will find out, well, beyond what we are doing at this level, it is a higher level which is impacting our projects. That's what they usually mention. So that's why we wanted to identify this broadly applicable factors for sustainable solutions, rather than trying to do all the mechanisms that we have already done. So here comes PASTEL, which is political. So this PASTEL is a macro environment visualization framework or tool that can show us how the macro environment is influencing the governance of restoration schemes. And we aimed in this, using this framework. So this framework had been in use in different fields. It started with the business environment, and then it has been brought to the environmental sector, and it has been used in the water sector, how macro environment is impacting the water sector, and in different other environmental sectors. But restoration, as far as our assessment goes or our review goes, we haven't seen how restoration is being affected. So we aim to analyze the influence of this macro environment. And for this, we tried to select 4 African countries because this is a huge topic where you have to assess all the political issues in a country. So it is a huge subject. We wanted to show it is possible to assess these PASTEL in countries and try to come up with something that can frame the issues and then present it to decision makers. So we selected 4 African countries, which we thought have contextually different aspects in terms of their ecology, in terms of their political background, in terms of even their historical background, like the colonial history. So we tried to select these 4 countries, hoping to show how diverse the situation is, but how it can be summarized in one and have some solution. So we conducted reviews in these 4 countries, what the political issues are and all the points that are mentioned in the PASTEL, the political, the economic, social, technological. So we tried to review those, and we took those review points to discuss with key informants in each country, with experts in those countries, whenever possible with political officials, and we took them to the forestry sector leaders, restoration scheme project managers. So we tried to participate in related events as well, just to see what's going on and how do they feel about this bigger issues and how these bigger issues are impacting and what can we sort. So we tried to discuss all this with our key informants and brought it up in different events, conferences, workshops, and then we sort of drew a framework of the PASTEL, trying to show the key points. So this is a huge assessment where we had to conduct one by one on each topic, but I tried to summarize it here by saying, for instance, in terms of history, how is the historical development affecting? So just to give you a background, during our review and our discussions, we found out, so PASTEL only has the political, economic, social, technological, environmental, and legal factors. But during our assessment, we thought also the historical background also has major impact on restoration schemes. So we thought for restoration, it is important to include historical aspect. The other point is the institutional setup or the forestry sector, which is managing restoration schemes, or any other institution which is managing its context also affects restoration schemes. So we identified historical development to be part of this PASTEL framework. So if we see, for instance, if we compare these 4 countries in terms of these points, for instance, Algeria, which was colonized by France, had a high exploitation in the past during the French colonization, which reduced its forestry by about half, which is Algeria had about 5 million hectares of forest. When the French left, they only left about 2.5 million. And since then, the country had several conflicts or political power struggles, because of which this forest again went down, and because of which restoration schemes have never had a chance to sustain, because of the colonial government's effort was to simply exploit. Two, because of the government's political struggle, restoration did not take up that much of time or success. And when we go to Cameroon, purely the Cameroonians have continued from a German colonial period to then French and British colonial period. Everything was an exploitation intention, except recently the government pledged about 12 million hectares of restoration, which is not also, which didn't also materialize up until now, at least, but at least the pledge is there. But colonial history has impacted the government to also orient themselves into exploitation rather than planting or restoring landscapes. So this is in Ethiopia, even though it doesn't have colonization history, but it has had several unsuccessful restoration schemes over the years. For instance, Ethiopia started officially planting in 1889, but because of the concern and because the government's internal political turmoil, the country did not have any successful restoration scheme we can say up until this time. And in South Africa, the government's intention in the past was to produce a planting scheme for industrial package, but not really to restore landscapes that are degraded. And recently, after the apartheid, the government's attention went to biodiversity conservation. So they started to see restoration schemes as threats that are bringing invasive species into the system, because of which there is again another, because during the apartheid era, there had been brought several invasive species, and that attention has taken the country back to say it's more or less an invasive system to restore. So the other point is the politically also, this is a similar context that we are seeing in different countries. We can also see the economic situation in these different countries. So here I'm trying to only show a few examples of what is happening in these countries. But as I mentioned earlier, it is a broader aspect where we try to identify different factors under each or pastel factors. So the country, for instance, Algeria's economic policy promotes the industrial sector rather than or forestry sector. So because of which restoration has become slow in the country, because the government does not give it an attention, and not just an attention, but a budget also. And the other point, in Cameroon, for instance, the government is trying to reorient its policy into a restoration scheme because of this recent pledge, but in the past it is purely an exploitation rather than a restoration effort. In Ethiopia, Ethiopia has a suitable economic strategy, which especially in 2011, Ethiopia somehow proposed a strategy which tries to plant or restore more than 15 million hectares of landscape. It's landscape, but in practice, nothing has happened so far. Again, as I mentioned, because of the political issues within the country and because of the government's economic status, and as a result of which, in Ethiopia, the forestry sector does not contribute as much for the national GDP as even the other countries. For instance, in South Africa, the forestry sector contributes to the national economy, but the government, because of the government's strategy, it's still not being promoted. So balancing these situations, this political, the impact from the history, and the socio-cultural issues is important in these countries. And how do we do that is the point. It is, the first thing is to recognize that there are issues coming up from the different factors at a national level, not just at a project or program level, at a national or even sometimes at a continental, regional, sub-regional level. So the countries need to recognize these issues in these countries and come up with a framework where they can say, for instance, there was one, I don't know if any one of you know, but there is one move to bring the national budget for forestry issues to more than 10%, because nowadays in many of the African countries it is mostly about or below 1%. So this is one strategy where countries could come up and have solution together to say, how is the historical development affecting? How is the political system impacting? So you can independently see and have performing restoration schemes. Because, for instance, we have the Bone Challenge, which is contributing about $100 million for restoration schemes. But where is it going? And if it is still failing, then we need to have fundings to solve these bigger issues, rather than simply getting focused on planting the specific trees or restoring the area and then leave it for unsustainable damage. So I would say this is a call for national governments and regional governments to see how restoration schemes are impacted by these bigger issues, and how donors can also impact this by discussing, so allocating budgets to sort these bigger challenges more than the technicalities. Because now, up until this day, we have very successful restoration mechanisms, governance mechanisms, but we don't have bigger aspects for this. So in conclusion, as you have seen, the pastel factors that I've shown you are not individual. As I tried to show you, the political effect is the history is dependent on the politics, or the economics is dependent on the socio-cultural situation. So these factors are intertwined. We may not have the chance to say, we can sort the political alone. We have to somehow have a solution for all of them. But we have to know that we have seen in this assessment that the political, economic, legal, and institutional factors have more impact than the others. So what this does not mean just sort these 4 major issues, but it means these have more impact. So we can start with this and then sort all the other issues as well. And the other point is, again, I have mentioned this, countries can use this pastel framework to analyze their independent influences within a country and come up with other countries to have sort of, for instance, this can be sorted at African Union level when assessments are conducted at national level. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we proposed in this study some more factors beyond the pastel factors, which are the historical development aspect and the institutional aspect. So a holistic diagnosis means to have all these issues considered together. And again, I have to mention that conducting a pastel analysis is a huge aspect. We are just trying to show it can be done, and it has to be done in a broader aspect, taking every little detail. For instance, in this study, we have only managed to talk to few people which we can access. But in reality, all stakeholders need to be engaged in these discussions. All stakeholders need to have an idea of how this is impacting. They have to understand what's going on. That's an actual assessment that countries need to do. But this is to indicate that it is doable and it has to be done. And this is important for restoration schemes success is our point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a wonderful one. Piece of pastel, I think it's something we can adopt here in Nigeria and see how we can do it, apply it to restoration ecology. And yeah, we'll be speaking with you if we have further questions on how to go about it. Because you said it involves a lot of stakeholders coming together, the government and everything. Yeah, so we'll be speaking with you to know how we can also initiate it in Nigeria, where we can start up something with it and apply it, and how we can apply it also. Thank you very much for that wonderful lecture, Dr. Ibarek.
Thank you.
Yeah, so if you have any question for Dr. Ibarek, please kindly indicate, or you can send it to the chat box if you have any questions for him. Yeah. Okay. See, in the absence of none, or if you're still jotting down your questions, kindly put it down in the chat box. We'll be going for a short break, a 1 hour break, and we'll be coming back by 1:20. Yeah, so please still sit tight with us and enjoy the rest of this conference program. We'll be having speakers like with Spencer, Dr. Hanel come on board and deliver groundbreaking lectures on ecological restoration and the sub-theme of this conference. Please sit tight and we'll be back by 1:20 p.m. WAT West Africa time. Thank you very much. And please, if you have any questions for the speakers that have spoken, kindly put it in the chat box so they can treat it closing hour or when we're doing like a briefing. Thank you very much. Available on Dr. Omotayo. Discussing. Oh, Dr. Anil. Okay. Yeah, sorry, it's Dr. Anil here. Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, okay. This is from Dr. Anil. Yeah, so you'll be taking this section now.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah,
Am I
thank you very much.
audible?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. I will be very short and regarding this very important conference you are having in your country. I want to just um, say hello and then introduce myself. I'm Hania Moghani, and I am representative of Indigenous Peoples of Asia in United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues. And I want to tell my message regarding the restoration and the role of Indigenous peoples in ecosystem restoration. Restoration and conservation of the ecosystem without the meaningful participation of us as Indigenous peoples is just a conversation. Indigenous peoples have a significant role in protecting and preserving the environment. According to the United Nations Environmental Programme, at least a quarter of the world's land area is owned or managed or used or occupied by Indigenous peoples. While nature in these areas is degrading less quickly than in others, the impact of climate and ecosystem change has a direct impact on Indigenous livelihoods. Indigenous peoples conserve 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity, and recent studies reveal that forest lands under collective Indigenous peoples and local communities stewardship hold at least 1/4 of all tropical and subtropical forests above ground carbon. Indigenous peoples' contributions are essential in designing and implementing solutions for ecosystems. And Indigenous and traditional knowledge and heritage can contribute to environmental assessment and sustainable ecosystem management and restoration. The Nature Conservancy states that Indigenous peoples collectively manage at least 1/4 of the world's lands, 17% of all forest carbons, and vast stretches of freshwater and marine habitats. Our stewardship and management often achieve greater conservation results and sustain more biodiversity than government protected areas. In summary, Indigenous peoples are essential in developing, managing, and protecting natural spaces and ecosystems. Our knowledge and heritage can contribute to environmental assessment and sustainable ecosystem management. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anil. If you have questions for Dr. Anil, you can put it down in the chat box. So she can treat it, or you can also you can raise your hands up so you can treat the questions. Yeah. Right. In the absence of none, I don't know if is Dr. Omotayo around? Dr. Omotayo. Dr. Tayo.
Yes, hello.
Oh, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir. You have the floor, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can I, okay, share my
You
screen?
can share your screen, sir. Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You're very audible, sir.
Okay,
I also
thank you.
see your slide.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Tayo Oyelo, not Omotayo, as you said.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. I'm a research scientist from the Forestry Research Institute of Nigeria. It's a privilege to present a short efforts of Forestry Research Institute of Nigeria, FRIN, in the area of forest restoration. Yeah, I want to commend the leadership of the University of Lagos student chapter of the Society for Ecological Restoration. I need to commend you. You are doing a great job. And also Dr. Akere Dolu for making sure that the society grew. So I want you to be, you have been a pioneer in Nigeria. I want, hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you, sir.
Yeah, I would want the University of Lagos to take the lead in making sure that other universities in Nigeria have this society.
Okay.
So thank you.
All right, so thank you very much, sir.
Before me is the forest restoration efforts of the Forestry Research Institute of Nigeria, Ibadan. The FRIN mandate, specifically in line with restoration of ecology of forest, focus on understanding the ecological and biological processes that maintain healthy forest ecosystems and developing strategies to conserve and protect these ecosystems. So we have objective from the mandate that has to achieve full recovery of an appropriate local indigenous reference ecosystem. FRIN efforts in the area of conservation is into three: establishment of investigation plots, establishment of strict nature reserves, and also establishment and management of biosphere reserves. In all these conservation plots, where FRIN has access to, different gaps in terms of degraded areas have been identified. And the best way to revegetate conservation area is to go through this restoration concept. So the gaps or the degraded area identified within our conservation areas are being restored through restoration effort. So number one, we have the a pilot restoration site, so where a site or an area. Hello?
Hello, sir. We can hear you,
Okay.
sir.
Okay. So the practical approach we are using in FRIN is a framework species approach. I will try to explain this later. In that site, we have planted, that approach, sorry, has to do with indigenous species, the fast-growing species that can really spread their canopy on time and at the same time produce edible fruits early enough to achieve restoration results. So by this, we've approached this framework species approach. It is also a suitable method for a large-scale restoration. Within this restoration pilot site in FRIN, we have 250 fast-growing indigenous tree species of 14 different types in terms of age. These species include the threatened species like Azalea africana, Mansonia altissima, Nuclear deuterici, Avingia gabonensis, and the likes. These seedlings were already raised in the nursery before they were directly planted to the site. So another way is that FRIN, under the Federal Ministry of Environment, also was involved in the Green Bond project, which involves planting of indigenous species, not even indigenous species, the species that also improve the livelihood of communities around. So if you look at this table now, different agencies were involved, but FRIN was able to establish or to restore the degraded areas identified in the free areas, not even in conservation areas, in the yellow now. To see the orange mango in several states in Nigeria, including Abia, Cross River, Ebonyi, Niger, Ondo, and also in Plateau. So the restoration efforts of FRIN gets to these states. Under this Green Bond program also, Nigeria, under True FRIN and other major actors in restoration of forests, Nigeria has been able to reforest 4,553,850 hectares in Nigeria. So back to what I was telling you about the degraded areas, we have an example in which we carried out the restoration of the degraded area of Omo Biosphere Reserve. Omo Biosphere Reserve in Ogun State is under the management of the state and also UNESCO. In 2020, about 600 seedlings of Garcinia kola were planted, and this is occupying hectares of degraded area, which was identified in the buffer zone of the Biosphere Reserve. You can see the picture of one of the seedlings planted. So they were planted in form of enrichment planting within the identified area. What we are saying about the restoration is that we try to introduce native species, not even native alone, that can also provide solutions to the problems of communities or people in that particular area. Are we together?
Yes, sir. Yes, we
Hello?
are, sir. Yes,
Okay.
we are, sir.
Yeah. Okay. So if you look at this particular picture, we have a standing tree. It's a species of Entagophragma angulus. It's an indigenous species. It is threatened. The seeds were collected from this tree species within the premises of Forestry Research of Nigeria. The seeds were raised in the nursery, the seedlings. You've seen the picture, and the identified area in Oningambari Forest Reserve. You can see officers working within that area. We did not, what all actually caused the gap was the felling of a tree within that area. So we didn't want to introduce any exotic species. We wanted a restoration of the area, and we tried to improve on the species composition within that forest reserve, Uningambari Forest Reserve in Oyo State. Yeah, these are the pictures showing the youth activities in the forest restoration site in Forestry Research Institute of Nigeria. You can see the youth. They were on high tea. Make sure that any student from forestry student or any related discipline coming to our institution for industrial attachment, we make sure that forest restoration is one of the main thing they do in terms of planting, maintaining the area. You can see students from the universities, and that was why I was saying that if your chapter can also take the lead in other university to encourage them to have their own society, in their university, their own branch, it will really help. You can see the youth students also. And I want to tell you that Forestry Research Institute of Nigeria also has 4 monotechnics where students are trained. Also, they do come to the site to have practical experience on forest restoration. This particular picture shows when this experimental site was established. You could see different kind of species planted in that site. And then this one would tell you the success story in 2021. You can see that different from what you are seeing on this slide now, which was established in 2020. You can see a year later, it has improved to this level. The canopies are forming, trying to cover the weeds. And also, you can see in 2023, how luxurious, how beautiful the area has been restored. We'll see different kinds of species, and it's more or less like a natural forest now. So from what I've presented, I would say that forest restoration ecology is a very vital area in which scientists need to do more of research to make sure that our forests are covered immediately, so that the issue of climate change will be mitigated on time. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tayo. That was a wonderful presentation. We also put into writings your suggestions on having the Society for Ecological Restorations in other institutions to be a way of also growing and spreading our message across. So thank you very much, sir. So if you have questions for Dr. Tayo, kindly raise up your hands. You can use the raise hand icon, or you can send us your questions in the chat box. Yeah. So we're expecting your questions. All right. In the absence of none, we'll be bringing up Mr. Kukoyi, who will be talking on question. Oh, sorry. Dr. Johnson, do you have a question, sir?
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I couldn't follow up the discussion. And I want to know what are the roles that the institutes are doing in encouraging the communities, especially the rural communities, in sustaining our restored or engaging in ecosystem restoration. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Adedayo. Did I get that? Thank you for your question. Forestry, can you hear me, please?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you. Forestry Research Institute of Nigeria. In that area you mentioned with UNESCO, a project was implemented between 2013 and 2017, where a project, Green Economy in Bausil Reserve, was implemented in the Biosphere Reserve in Ogun State to improve the livelihood of the communities and to also reduce pressures on these forests. The four livelihood businesses are established for these communities members. Some of the beneficiaries were engaged in grass cutter farming, fish farming, mushroom production, and snail rearing. And in 2017, the projects were handed over to the community. So in that place now, majority of them are now engaged, retraining other beneficiaries among them. Also recently, another project was centered on the establishment of woodlots, and at the same time, rabbit domestication within the forest reserve. The concept is to make sure that the pressure on our forest resources is reduced, and we were encouraged and build the capacity of these communities so that they will, we need to divert their interest. Although we cannot divert their interest 100%, but I can say that this has really reduced pressure on the nearby forest reserves around them. Have I answered your question correctly, sir?
Yes, thank you very much, sir. And may I add this question? From
Okay,
your
sir.
own experience, which approach would you think is more better in Nigerian landscape? Is it top-bottom approach or bottom-top approach in forest restoration? Thank you.
Yeah, the best is bottom-top approach. The communities must be carried along in whatever you want to do. And most of our policies, especially in terms of conservation, always neglect these rural people. It is always top, but I mean, from the top down. No, it doesn't work that way again. Everything has to do bottom-top approach. So when you are bringing a project, you carry the communities, the local people along. So they will know right from the inception that the project belongs to them. So they will definitely want the survivor of that project. Instead of you bringing it to them, you launch the project on them. Like this project I talked about, they decided on the livelihood businesses they wanted to do. We didn't impose anything on them. They decided on that for livelihoods. And even students, the youths were especially carried along. Youths were only concentrated on mushroom production. So within their school premises, they have 2 buildings for the production of mushroom. And not only that, mushroom within a day or 2 day harvest, after the harvest, it starts to lose values. Friend under UNESCO, in partnership with UNESCO, provided drying machine for them to keep their mushroom so that they can even sustain the business. So back to your question, the best is bottom-top approach in terms of forest restoration. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah,
Thank you
Dr.
very
Tayo.
much. Can you give me a chance for last question?
Yeah, sure,
Okay.
Dr. Johnson. You can go ahead.
Recently, in the nation, we have what we call green wall projects.
Okay.
And I've read in some media about the success and the failure of that project. So what is it what are the lessons from green wall projects? Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, this week, between Monday, I think on Wednesday, I attended a meeting in Abuja. And there was a presentation on this green wall, green wall or great green wall green wall project. And it also has to do with restoration of degraded forests. That's number one. Number two is also to make sure that we have shelter belts and to reduce this issue of climate change. One of the issues raised as their challenge, this issue of insecurity, issue of what else again? All this overgrazing and all that. But to me, I want to say the success of any project relies on carrying the indigenous people along in their farms, encourage them. And at the same time, you make sure to also provide livelihood businesses for them, livelihood businesses for them. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tayo, for that wonderful presentation.
Okay.
Thank you
Yes.
very much. So, if you have further questions for Dr. Tayo, you can put it in the chat box. Yeah. Pending that, we'll be moving to discussion and question and answer session, and to be anchored by no other person but Mr. Kukoyi, who is a senior civil consultant, University of Lagos, and will be in charge of this section. So I'll be handing the floor to him. So this section is going to be very engaging. We'll be wanting all participants to bring up their ideas on how they can how we can how they can contribute to this, and also see how we can grow and all that. That's why I'll be handling this to him now. We'll be having the floor, and then so Mr. Kuku can have the floor.
Thank you very much. Is everyone online? Please respond so that I know we are communicating. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Okay, Hello? Thank you very much. Yeah, we are Thank online. you very much. Yes, once again, my name is Adeshola Kukoyi.
Yes.
I'm the founder of Equilibrium Perspectives and Equilibrium Perspectives Paradox. Equilibrium Perspectives is a discourse towards understanding the nature and workings of natural and man-made systems for predictability, optimal performance, and sustainability. Equilibrium Perspectives holds that everything is a totality of what was but has ceased to be, what is being or has been, and what is but yet to be. What that means is that everything is nothing or was nothing before it became something, and even nothing is something. Now, is there any question concerning equilibrium perspectives before I lead the discussion? Hello? Hello?
Hello, we are together.
Yes, okay, I want to be sure we are communicating. Now, the point I want to bring here within the context of ecological restoration is the fact that the resources we have in terms of land, water, and perhaps in this case from the last speaker, the forestry resources, they are limited in supply. For example, Nigeria has a landmass of 923,766 square kilometers. Meanwhile, our population has been increasing from around 40 million at independence to over 2 million today. What that means is that there's a growing pressure on the limited resources. And as stakeholders, whether researchers or practitioners, government agencies, industry, and so on, we need to put all that in context, because this particular conference is talking about the role of youth in achieving United Nations Agenda for Ecological Restoration through SDG actions. So what that means is that it is about sustainable use of limited resources. Now, the last speaker spoke from the angle of forest restoration efforts of the Institute. Now, the question is that do we have, for example, statistics on how forest resources are being depleted and how the need for energy, for example, is affecting or maybe increasing the rate of depletion of forest resources. We are all aware of the global trends in terms of energy poverty, the high cost of PMS, high cost of AGO, high cost of DPK, and Nigerians that were either too encouraged to use gas as their source of energy. The cost of gas is now becoming prohibitive. So people are, to some extent, are resorting back to use of charcoal or use of firewood. So I don't know if our last speaker can share facts about the situation with forest restoration as far as the demand for maybe firewood and the depletion of forest resources is concerned. Hello? Hello? Hello, is our last speaker still on?
I think you can just continue with your own, man.
Okay, he's on. Dr. Tayo, are you still on? Dr. Tayo, because it's supposed to be a discussion. I'll just give an intro so that we can all share ideas on the reality as far as dealing with limited resources and the rate of consumption, how rate of consumption is affecting or causing degradation of resources, in this case, the ecological resources and the need for its restoration. Because we must know what the problem is and identify the challenges and opportunities for us to be able to have sustainable solutions. So can we have Dr. Tayo comment on the depletion of forestry resources and how that might have been affected by increased demand for firewood, perhaps? Dr. Tayo? Okay, Dr. Tayo is not there. Professor Georgie, I'm told Professor Georgie can share his view. Professor Georgie, please. Professor Georgie?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. We can hear you loud and clear.
I'm sorry, I just joined the conversation. I just joined the conference.
Okay, no problem, no problem. I'll repeat what I said earlier. We are looking at ecological restoration, the challenges and opportunities for addressing the problem from an equilibrium perspectives paradox angle, which is the fact that resources are in limited supply. Meanwhile, consumption is growing. And the last speaker talked from the angle of the forestry resources. So, and I gave an introduction on the reality of energy poverty, that is demand for firewood, for example, as an alternative to other expensive sources of energy. So I'm asking if there are insights into how energy poverty, for example, is increasing the rate of depletion of our forestry resources so that we can all agree on how to address it in a sustainable manner. Professor George, please.
Definitely. I mean, the problem of the use of natural resources, this is something that is I would say beyond ecological restoration. This is a major global problem that we need to solve. It's not only going to be solved by restoration, right? So it's but in terms of restoration, how can restoration contribute to that? I think in the past we have prioritized one single or very few ecosystem services like food production, wood production, and so on, and we haven't paid enough attention to other services. So the challenge is now, how can we produce firewood? How can we produce food in a sustainable manner, increasing the ecological value of the forest, increasing the ecological value of the crops, right? So how much, if you are familiar with the continuum of ecological restoration activities, how much can we recover the health of the ecosystem while providing the basic resources that the population needs? So when we are talking about ecological restoration, we are not talking about excluding populations, but how to harmonize the needs of the population, not only in terms of the provision of the supply of provision ecosystem services, but also in other services. How can we combine these, harmonize these needs of the population with ecological integrity and with the provision of a balanced set of diverse ecosystem services, including water quality, carbon fixation, protection against erosion, and so on.
Oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Now, looking at that, is there a way we can bring research into policy in order to support actions to perhaps regulate the activities of stakeholders to ensure sustainable use of natural resources? Do we have policy research to policy pathways, evidence-based, that can be used in that regard?
I think that is increasing. Yeah, there are increasing number of cases showing that we can design suitable governance frameworks to encourage high quality ecological restoration.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Professor Jody.
You're welcome.
We have Dr. Olaleru. Do you have insights to share from the Nigerian experience on how human activity, industrial activity, consumption of natural resources is affecting ecological restoration from a sustainable development angle? Dr. Olaleru, are you online?
Yes, I'm online.
Thank you, Mark. Can we have your thoughts?
Sorry?
Can we have your thoughts on how we can have a balanced approach to consumption?
Sorry, I can't hear you well. What did you say?
I said, can we have your thoughts on how we can balance consumption of natural resources with the need to sustain these natural resources from an ecological restoration angle?
I'm trying to increase the volume of my system so that I can hear you well. All I heard is that what's my thoughts. So
yes, yeah, if you have been following the discussion, please share your thoughts on the discussion so far. Hello?
Sorry, the thought on ecological restoration and what?
And consumption, sustainable consumption of natural resources.
Okay. Actually, the concept of sustainable consumption is for us to consume with the mind of having something to consume tomorrow. So in ecological restoration, it's assumed that things have gone on the negative side. So we have to restore the biological resources that are on that area. And many a times, these biological resources is what sustains us. That's why we consume them. But if we don't sustainably consume them, a point will come when we don't have anything at all to consume. And that's really what is happening now in our country, wherein people have depleted their resources in their locale, and now they are moving to another people's locale and causing conflicts. So because of that, we need to control, but controlling or limiting the use is difficult realistically when it comes to human consumption, because an individual may want to just consume what is necessary. Another person may just feel, these things are there, why should I control myself? And another person, so we all have to be on the same page. And that's why the essence of our sensitization of the communities and people around that, look, let's limit our consumption. And many a times, many of us are wasteful in our resource utilization. We don't use resources with frugality. We just use it anyhow, as if these resources will ever be there. Remember that biological resources do not replenish themselves at the same rate with human uptake, because our population has become so high that we can't wait for biological resources to resuscitate themselves in such a natural manner that when you come there, you will get it. Fine. So the bottom line is each and every one of us, and many a times some of these things are even in rural areas, wherein all their dependency is on these natural resources, vegetables, wildlife, animals that they consume. And then, of course, farming that they do is taking a toll on the other forests or vegetation areas. So, but all the same, we still to sensitize our indigenous people, our rural communities, and even us, we in the cities, because many a times our demands is what drives what is happening in the countryside. So there is a very strong tie between our consumption and restoration. If we want to restore, there are times we need to deny ourselves. Honestly, we need to deny ourselves some things so that nature can recover itself. That's my thought about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma. Thank you. Now, talking about the need to discipline ourselves to control what we consume. But sometimes nations depend on these resources even to function as countries. For example, Nigeria is known to be a petroleum exporting country, and it's a major source of income for the country. Now, if the country, for example, wants to curtail our dependence on petroleum, it has to have alternative sources, non-petroleum sources, for its income to be able to sustain its economic growth. Now, talking about the equilibrium perspective paradox, which is the unintended consequences of certain actions, how can, for example, Nigeria ensure that its dependence on petroleum products does not continue to destroy the environment, especially the Niger Delta region? And if it happens, how can we restore the Niger Delta region, for example? Hello?
Are you talking to me?
Yes. It's an open discussion.
Oh, it's an open discussion, so anybody can answer it.
Yes.
Well, that's why for Nigerians, for many pragmatic thinkers, we've been admonished to diversify our economy. before petroleum was discovered in the 1950s, we've been an agrarian economy, and the agrarian base was diversified. You have the granite pyramids in the north, you have the oil palm and the southeast and all that, and you have the cocoa in the southwest. So each region had some cotton production was also there in the north. So we had a wide variety of economical resources that could fetch us money as a nation. So it's when the oil boom came that everybody, the farmers, stopped farming those things. And of course, with climate change and many things, some of the weather could not, the weather could not even sustain some crops in some places. So nonetheless, the drive is still diversify the economy. Presently, many people are driving back to agriculture, but agriculture, as it were, it will not be as extensive agriculture or one-man agriculture as we used to be, the small-scale farm that it used to be that, but now mechanized agriculture with intensive practices so that not a lot of land area is destroyed, because as you are destroying the environment for agricultural purposes, you are also destroying biodiversity. So there must be a middle line of compromise. So today I read in the news, the Virgin Atlantic has traveled across the Atlantic Ocean with vegetable oil as fuel. So we should be thinking of other sources of income generation as a nation. And of course, it has been preached over and over, but have people started picking it up? That's the thing.
Thank you so much. I'm told that Professor Jody is standby to have his own presentation, so I'll hand over back to Frank for the presentations to continue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Olaleri. Yeah, we'll be having on board Dr. Professor Jody. He's an ecology professor at the University of Alicante and is the chair of SCLU. His research spans ecological restoration, focusing on species selection, seedling production, participatory processes, and systematic planning. He has collaborated with public and private sectors, and he has authored 199 papers and supervised numerous theses, contributing to dry land restoration, paradigms, and practices. Teaching for 25 years, he coordinated the UAMSC program on restoration and management of natural environments, emphasizing his dedication to advancing ecological restoration through research, education, and practical application. This was welcome Professor Jody as he takes the floor.
Thanks a lot. I would try to share my screen now. Yeah, so you can see my presentation. Okay, I hope you can see my presentation now. Could you confirm, please?
Yes.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thanks a lot. So first of all, thanks a lot for inviting me. Excellence and all the colleagues for organizing this interesting session, and also the University of Lagos and for sure the African chapter of the Society for Ecological Restoration. As you mentioned, I'm chairing the European chapter of this society, and I've been working actually in Africa, especially in the Maghreb region, for a long time, and I hoped that we could strengthen our interactions and collaborate in the future. So, but here I'm mostly representing the University of Alicante, and I'm here to tell you about some experiences we have had on the issue of knowledge transfer between the different actors in ecological restoration. I mostly work in southeastern Spain. Spain is a Mediterranean country in Western Europe. It has a Mediterranean climate with hot and dry summers and mild winters. And we have a large problem of desertification in our region. we have been combating desertification for a long time, historically. Okay, and just to show you an anecdotal data, it's more than 5 million hectares were planted with trees over the last 50 years. And it was mostly driven by the government. These were activities that were restoration initiatives, mostly planting trees that were performed by the government. But now the things have changed over the last few, I would say, decade or so, over the last years. And there are many more actors participating in restoration activities. So we have the government is still a main actor, a major actor in these projects, but now we have a very wide diversity of actors, including from the private sector, academia, and so on. So the challenge now is because the society is getting involved in ecological restoration activities, the challenge is to transfer knowledge so we can perform the highest quality of ecological restoration. So it is not only about planting trees everywhere, no matter the species, no matter the composition or the objectives, the long-term objectives. We need to develop ecological restoration, which is aligned with the standards of practice of the Society for Ecological Restoration and the standards of practice of the United Nations Decade for Ecological Restoration. And for that, we need to transfer knowledge. We need to use traditional knowledge. We need to transfer scientific innovation into daily practices. So from this scheme representing this network of interactions, we need to make sure that there's a transfer of knowledge from the different actors. There's reciprocal knowledge transfer among the different actors. And because we want to increase the extension, the quantity and the quality of ecological restoration, that's why we have been studying this knowledge use and knowledge production of the different actors. And my objective here with this talk is to show you some examples on the knowledge needs and how the practitioners get the knowledge they need for the daily practice, and some suggestions on how to improve that. So it's basically, I will talk about practitioners' role in knowledge production and use for the forest restoration in southeastern Spain. We started this by asking people how much new knowledge, asking practitioners how much new knowledge they needed and how did they get the knowledge and how they wanted to get the new knowledge. So this was under the framework of an Erasmus Plus project, a research project. It was mostly focused on vocational education, and the main objective of the project was to describe practitioners' role in knowledge production and exchanges, identifying failures and suggesting solutions. And we started asking practitioners with an online survey. We identified 4 different profiles from public institutions, so practitioners linked with the government, with local government, and so on. There were 56 of them that were contacted. Also, another profile with private and public companies. A third one for NGOs and other citizen organizations. And finally, the profile for education, so practitioners linked to or associated with the education, training, and research. So altogether, more than 200 practitioners that were contacted and were asked to respond to this survey. From those, 132 responded, so that 64% of them responded to the survey. I must say that the survey was pre-tested with 12 experts to make sure that the questions were well understood and well focused. So the results, just going straight to the results of this survey, now we know that the practitioners need new knowledge almost every day. So most of them, it's every month or every week or even every day. So even if they are well-formed engineers and other professionals, they face new challenges very often. So they need to get new knowledge again very often. Where do they get this knowledge? We ask them where did they access the new knowledge? And as you can see in this graph, the sources of knowledge are very diverse. They obtain knowledge from many different sources, from books and scientific articles, technical reports, and so on, to chats with peers, formal exchanges at work with other professionals, and so on. I think it's worth noting that there are some sources of knowledge that apparently are not so frequently used by the practitioners, like repositories or formal lectures at the university, or even informal lectures at the university. So I think that's interesting hint that provide clues on what are the sources of knowledge that they are using. And what would be the ideal or the sources or the channels that they would like to use to get new knowledge? It was quite surprising that many of them identify this distribution list. So email distribution list, apparently they are confident that they work well to access this new knowledge. And then many, but in a lower proportion, many other ways like newsletters, web pages, and social networks, and so on. We wanted to go deeper into these questions to know better the role of the practitioners in knowledge production and use. So we created, within the same project, we created a focus group where we ask for the same profiles that I mentioned before. We gather, we had a meeting with 4 representatives of public institutions, 3 representatives from private and public companies, and so on. So it was a small group to discuss about knowledge production and use in forest restoration practitioners. This is just a short glimpse into the results of this study. You see here the analysis, the qualitative analysis of the narratives that we collected during this 2-hour discussion. We have this knowledge transfer here in the middle, and knowledge transfer is related, for example, to reports. So that we get information, we get knowledge from reports and from training. But knowledge, for example, contradicts management fragmentation. So it was a general claim from practitioners that the projects are too much fragmented. So the projects are designed by one entity and they are executed by a different company or a different group, and they are evaluated by a different group. And by the end, this fragmentation creates this lack of the loss in the effectiveness of knowledge transfer. And related to that is this self-referentiality, because practitioners are so pressed to develop their work, they don't have much time to learn from peers. They don't have much time to get the knowledge, to evaluate what they are doing and get the knowledge that they need for the future projects. So this, again, this knowledge transfer, they all agreed that is needed, but now it's poor. There's a lack of communication between the different actors involved in ecological restoration. And the main causes are this fragmentation of the management processes, self-referentiality, and lack of communication. We will continue dwelling on that and investigating on that. We want to develop an educational program for vocational education. So we will be collaborating with vocational education schools under this Erasmus Plus project, Team Up. You have the web page reference on the upper left corner of the slide. So we are working with this Team Up project together with researchers and practitioners from Germany, Norway, and the Czech Republic. And we want to develop restoration ecology educational program based on advanced technologies like virtual reality and advanced virtual reality, videos and so on, to incorporate contents of ecological restoration into existing vocational education curricula. We also were interested in knowing to what extent this lack of knowledge transfer will affected the effectiveness of ecological restoration. So in this study, there's a different study where we interviewed 30 practitioners in forest restoration in our region and asked them to identify the main barriers for ecological restoration, for forest ecological restoration. So we analyzed their narrative, that we analyzed what their statements using qualitative analysis, and then we identified all the barriers that they were identifying and the connections between the different barriers. And we use network analysis to identify the importance, so to say, or to rank the importance of the different barriers. In this case, we use two metrics for that, this in-betweenness. So if we have all the barriers, like in this scheme on the right lower corner of the slide, we have every node, every circle here, the blue and the yellow circles are barriers, and these barriers are related. And we see here that there's a barrier, the yellow one, that is in the middle of the trajectory of many barriers. So it's a barrier that is related to many others. Okay, so maybe we can tackle specifically this barrier and make a significant change. And we also evaluated the modularity. You see on the lower graph that there are many barriers that are connected, but the blue barriers are more connected between themselves than the green ones. So there are two modules in the network of interacting barriers, right? This is how the analysis looks like. So we identified at least 4 modules that we assigned to barriers related to private management, to governance, to cultural aspects, and to management. And these barriers are represented by circles, and the bigger the circle, the more in between, the more important is these barriers related to the others. So, and we can see here that the long list, this is just a selection of the barriers, the most important ones. And we can see that there are some that are marked in bold, like this lack of public-private collaboration. There are many barriers that are related to knowledge exchange. So as I mentioned, the lack of public-private collaboration, there's a lack of communication and knowledge exchange here. There's also scarce social knowledge on ecological restoration. There's a lack of cost-effectiveness studies. We need knowledge about cost-effectiveness, and we need to transfer to inform about this cost-effectiveness of ecological restoration projects. There's a systematic disregard of social participation in the design. Also, knowledge transfer and it's very important for that. And the lack of monitoring and assessment and the transfer of this information to the different actors. Last but not least, we have explored different ways to encourage reciprocal learning. That's transferring knowledge. We feel that from the academia, at the university, we master some knowledge. We are developing knowledge actually with our research, but the farmers in their fields, they know a lot about their crops and how to grow them and which is their impact on the environment. The same for foresters and hunters and NGOs and the local administration and so on. So we want to promote the exchange of knowledge between these different actors. And I'll show one example. We have been working in two relatively large areas, so to say, more than 200,000 hectares in eastern Spain. The one that you see here is one of them. This is in eastern Spain. That's a semi-arid area with a precipitation that is even below 300 millimeters. It's a very diverse area with rain-fed and irrigated crops, crops that have been abandoned, marginal crops, but also coastal areas with sand dunes, with wetlands, forests, shrublands, steppes, and so on. So it's a very diverse area with a very strong pressure for urbanization and very strong pressure for tourism. So it's also representative of large parts of the Mediterranean basin. We have been working there with stakeholders. Basically, to summarize very quickly a very long process, we have identified a large group of stakeholders for these two different areas. And at some stage, we ask them to identify criteria for prioritizing restoration. And then we ask them to weight these different criteria. And the criteria were sometimes ecological and sometimes were like more social. Like the priority is to restore areas with high unemployment, for example. We also asked stakeholders to identify ecosystem services and to weight them. So we have, from this information that we gather from those stakeholders, we estimated the effectiveness as the potential and balance increase in the supply of ecosystem services. We also estimated the monetary cost of execution and maintenance of ecological restoration projects, the cost effectiveness ratio, and the criteria that the stakeholders had to prioritize ecological restoration projects. So we produce maps like those that you can see in the image. These are for 3 different restoration scenarios, 15%, 20%, and 30%. More intensity of restoration. We don't need to discuss this now, but also using different criteria. So for example, for this PC here, these 3 blue maps correspond to this criteria that the society identified and weighted. So the stakeholders identified those criteria, and within these maps, we have this blue indicates areas with high priority of restoration following society criteria. Then we have the maps based on the effectiveness. So these 3 maps with the green dots, they correspond to areas of high priority in terms of effectiveness. In these areas, we can gain a lot of ecosystem services by the lowest inputs, with the lowest investments. The third one is the cost effectiveness. So we mix the monetary cost of restoration with the potential increase in the supply of ecosystem services. So these yellow dots here correspond to areas where where the effectiveness can be very large as compared to the cost. And finally, we have this optimization process we use several criteria and mix them to identify these priority areas for restoration. I must say that the correlation between these different maps is relatively low. So these different approaches to prioritizing ecological restoration projects, they are complementary. Right? They are not overlapping, they are not redundant, they are complementary, and we will use them to go back to the stakeholders and discuss with them the best restoration options. And that's our next step in this process, in this reciprocal learning and reciprocal knowledge transfer process. We want to incorporate climate change scenarios into these maps, and we will develop a living lab to co-create restoration actions, right? So we want to mobilize the social actors in this region. We want to empower them to provide the knowledge that they may need and to encourage them to engage in restoration projects that may be public and private collaborations, and maybe just private collaborations, but to engage these actors, to empower them to develop restoration actions in the region. So just to finish, again, I'm chair of the European Charter of the Society for Ecological Restoration. I would be really happy if you could attend the biannual conference that next year will happen in Estonia, in Northern Europe. And thanks a lot for your attention. I hope that this knowledge transfer has been successful and you can use some of the knowledge or the information that I shared. Thanks for all the funders of our research. And here in the slide, you have my email address and my Twitter address if you want to contact with us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Professor Jody. Thank you for that insightful knowledge. I have this is time for questions and answers. So if you have any question for Professor Jody, you can put it in the chat box. You can also raise up your hands or indicate. Yeah, Professor Jody, I have a question for you though. Concerning the conference you stated, is it an open invitation for SCL members, or is it going to be virtual, or how can we participate in it? How can we participate in it?
This is open to anybody.
Okay.
It will mostly be an in-person conference.
Right.
There will probably be events, specific events that will be held online.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, so if you have a question for Professor Jody, you can put it in the chat box. We'll be moving to our next speaker, who is Dr. Ruth Spencer, who is the chair for Marine Ecosystems Protection Areas. She's an advocate for socio-economic and environmental development, holding a master's degree in international development economics from University of Yale. She prioritizes community inclusion in decision making and our work spans across a lot of global environmental facility focal areas, emphasizing on gender integrations. She's recognized for lead initiatives in wind and solar energy technologies, contributing to national and international processes. She's also appointed to key roles, including the UN Decade for Ecosystem Restoration Advisory Board. Ruth Spencer is a sought-after speaker on community engagement and empowerment. Is Ruth Spencer online?
Yes, I am.
Okay, yeah. Okay, you have the floor, ma. Thank you very much, ma'am.
Okay. I wanted to put on my camera, but I don't think it's available. Good afternoon, everyone. I don't know what time it is in your country, but I'm here in Dubai for the climate conference. But I promised my brother some months ago that I will take on this responsibility to share with you about the engagement of local community groups. And when I say community groups, I'm talking about the people at the bottom of society. So we need to include them as key stakeholders in the process of ecological restoration, agroecology, and the type of agricultural processes where the processes are very natural, not using chemicals, looking at alternatives to build up our soil, to enhance the water holding capacity of our soils, to give our plants a good boost. Now, in my country, I'm from Antigua and Barbuda, which is a small Caribbean island. And I just want to state that these local communities are not always seen as a key stakeholder. The last presenter mentioned stakeholders, and they probably had organizational backing, but sometimes the people at the bottom, at the lowest level, we tend to leave them out. We don't respect their ideas. We don't respect their views. Trust is not built up. And I just want to mention the IPBES assessment that says some of the best preserved lands were in the hands of indigenous people and local communities. And when we give respect to these groups, we gain a lot of knowledge. When the trust is built, when we include them from the design state of our programs, we have a lot of success. We have a lot of benefits because the knowledge of these people has to be brought into the policy processes. We need new voices in decision making, and it's time for the local community people to have a say in designing policies and processes. In my country, the human rights-based approach is very important. So you have documents. You may have technical scientific documents. You can't just throw these on the people. The information has to be translated and communicated to them in language and terms that they can understand. And we should not expect that they're going to leave their villages to come to a city, come to some place to hear what we have to say. It's time for us to go to these people, meet them in their villages, meet them on their lands, and have the conversation going. And in this way, we can say it's effective stakeholder engagement because we are meeting with them at their level and communicating to them in languages, using terms, using words that they understand. This is very important going forward because we want participatory processes that draw out on the knowledge of these people. They may know of varieties of seeds, variety of plants that can withstand a lot of the climatic conditions. We have drought, sometimes we have a lot of flooding, we have lots of fires taking place, but within our communities, there are local plants and seeds that have adapted to certain conditions, and the local people know it. Also in the communities, these people know what's going on. They observe on a daily basis what's happening to the plants and the seeds that are being used, and their knowledge should be the basis for gathering data for our reports that are sent globally. So we have to reconsider and ensure that these new voices, these communities, they have a say in the data that is generated in the surveys. Our professor spoke about surveys conducted. We want these voices to be a part of the processes. We want to be able to identify them by name, give them the respect and the recognition that they need. Now, another process that's very important when we include these local people is that knowledge can be bridged into the scientific processes. As you listen to many of the global meetings that are taking place, we have the science policy process for chemicals, waste, and pollution. They're asking for local knowledge. We have the global environmental outlook that UNEP is producing their premier publication. They're asking for local knowledge. We have IPBES. We have all these global processes that see the need for integrating, for bringing in this local knowledge into these global scientific processes. And so my words to the audience today is to reach out, build the partnerships with these local groups in your communities, these local farmers, because they have a lot to share with us. They bring a lot into the process. And when we include them, that trust is built. we are not going to have good implementation, good uptake of scientific processes if the trust is not built with the people. So I'm glad to be here sharing with you today. I'm glad to be able to hear of a lot of scientific processes, but I just want more connections, more liaison, more communications with those local people, those local actors in the villages and in the community. So just a few words, glad to be here with you. Let's strive, let's push for effective stakeholder engagement that can make all these decades for ecosystem restoration, that will make it possible that the science and the local knowledge can work together to give us the best output. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruth Spencer. Thank you for that wonderful lecture. So if you have questions for her, kindly put it in the chat box. So we're waiting for questions from Dr. Ruth Spencer while we get ready to welcome our next speaker, who is in person of Dr. Tom Kayi. Okay, we have a question for Dr. Ruth Spencer. You have the floor, sir.
Dr. Ruth Spencer, are you online?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you very much for the insightful presentation. My question is, how do we address the socio-economic and political conflicts that come from efforts to restore the ecology, as the case may be? Because for example, there are some local communities that have some, let's say maybe the environment, they may be suspicious of efforts by external stakeholders to come in with a claim of restoring, because sometimes there is issue of ownership, there's issue of respect for religious and other heritage and all that. So sometimes there are, and then of course, source of survival and all that. How do we address this in a collaborative manner?
Well, that's why we need to meet the people at their own level. We have to somehow, it can't be an email conversation. You need to go to these people, get to know them, have a face-to-face conversation. And it's not going to happen overnight. It has to be a constant, gradual growth of the relationship. And when they see you reaching out to them, they will realize that you're genuinely interested in them. And yes, the data should include their spirituality, their culture, their values, because that's what they bring to the table. Their knowledge is built on how they respect nature. And we have to take this into account. That's why in the consultations at their level, these things will come out. They will share these things with you. And we build these concepts into our projects because it's their respect for biodiversity, for culture, for heritage that has allowed them to maintain their ecosystems. So this is part of their process. That's what they bring. So we cannot expect that we throw in, new concepts, new models on them without taking into account their culture and their values, that it's going to work. It has to entail a level of respect. It's give and take. But we build these trust relationships gradually. We have to go and meet them in person, not sending emails or telling them to come to a stakeholder engagement somewhere. We have to begin to go where the people are start from where they are and build up capacities, build up knowledge systems. We work together, we share information. That's how I do it, and that's what works for me in my island with my local groups. Thank you.
Dr. Spencer. We have Dr. Olaleru. Dr. Olaleru, you have the floor to ask your question now.
Yeah. Thank you, Ruth, for your discourse. I just want to have a feel of what's happening in your country. How has this grassroots engagement fared, and how has it been the outcome vis-a-vis restoration of ecological processes? Thank you.
Okay, I can tell you it's one of these local groups that started our first community seed bank. You would think a seed bank to preserve the local seeds would be undertaken by a government, but no, the local people, they are proactive. I work with some very ambitious groups, and I work with them just from an idea stage. I go to the supermarkets, I'm in the town, they call me, Miss Spencer, and I listen to them right there. I'm not the person to say, oh, make an appointment, come to an office. When they call out my name, I talk with them. I give them that respect, because people at the local level, sometimes when you begin to tell them make appointment, they get turned off, they feel disrespected, and you won't see them again. So I have learned over time, when these people call me somewhere to listen, the conversation will then develop further. But I meet them at their level. They have an idea, but I cannot assist them unless they form themselves into a group, because some of their ideas need resources to be mobilized. And I work with them. I help them to get legally registered. I help them to open up bank accounts. And you'd be surprised after working with these people how capacities are built. Every time I visit the different groups, new things are happening. And I said, wow, you know, let me just share with you. We have a young group that's involved in rearing eggs, chickens and eggs. And, you know, I just help them just by help, as they love to say, thanks for believing in me, but helping them to mobilize resources. And every time I go back to that group, there's some ambition. I'm seeing expansion. Now they're looking at alternatives to cut out imported feed. And, you know, they've been testing different grasses, different leaves, different things like corn. What they need now is a grinder, but already the pilots that have been done with the chickens, with just natural products, everyone is saying the egg yolks are so yellow. So when people are committed, when they're ambitious, the ideas just keep flowing. And it will marvel you how when you give them that respect, when you listen to them and you hold their hands, it's like you're mentoring them, hearing their ideas, things just begin to happen. And that has been my experience with these groups that nobody wants to listen. They're wealth of knowledge, they have ideas, they have innovations, but they just want to find a group, a person that believes in them, and you'd be surprised the things that happen. And so I work with all these groups across, it's not only ecological restoration, I work with them to reduce the use of chemicals, the use of pesticides in their products, because that's how some farmers have been going. But you have to tell them, for health and wellness, to have good products and variety of crops that can withstand these climatic impacts, you have to go back to your local breed of seeds and plants. That's just a little response from me.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Um, Thank you very much, Dr. Spencer. We'll be moving to our next speaker. If you have further questions, you can put it in the chat box. That's for Dr. Spencer. And if you have further questions for our previous speakers, you can also put it in the chat box. Yeah, so we're moving to Dr. Tom Kaye, who is a dedicated researcher specializing in population dynamics of endangered plants and invasive species. His work includes rare species introduction, reintroduction, experiments, seed germination, studies, and habitat management evaluation. Using matrix population models, he assesses endangered species viability under various practices and explores scenarios related to environmental changes. Tom is actively involved in restoration ecology, studying methods for improving habitat and controlling invasive species across diverse ecosystems in the Pacific Northwest. He also focuses on reintroduction studies, comparing different approaches and like inbreeding and genetic diversity maintenance. Please let's welcome Dr. Tom Kaye. Sir, are you on the line, sir? Hello, Dr. Tom Kaye.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay, yeah. You can hear you, sir.
Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, good. I'm not able to share my video. There seems to be a Zoom setting that's keeping me from doing that, but I'm happy to be here and looking forward to presenting to you. Let's see, can I share screen?
Yeah, you can. You can go ahead.
Excellent. Give me just a moment.
Okay.
Well, this morning it's quite cool here where I am in Western North America. It's about 6 degrees. So a little bit cooler than where you are, but I'm happy to join you and looking forward to talking to you about climate change and how we cope with that in our restorations. Be right there with my presentation. I had to close it down to change something. Right there. I'm having trouble getting my computer to show me where it is, but I will do it in a minute. Ah, here we go. I have to refresh. Are you able to see my screen now?
Yeah, I can see it now.
All right. I should be in presentation mode, am I?
Yeah.
Oh, here we go.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. So my topic today is around the subject of assisted migration and actually moving beyond just the basics of assisted migration to managing the plants and the seeds that we use in restoration to accommodate a changing climate. So it's about where we get our seeds and our plants and how we you do that in such a way that meets the demands that climate change is putting on our habitats and our restorations. So really, to just jump right into it, I have 3 main messages for you all this morning. One is that climate change is on the march, and so are plants. So the climate is changing and plants are responding already. We need to act faster to address climate change in restoration. So far, there's been a lot of research about how climate change is affecting plants, but very little has changed in where we get our plant materials, our seeds and plugs and cuttings, etc., that we use in restoration. And then finally, the adaptive sourcing, which is what I'm calling this process, and research need to proceed immediately and simultaneously. We can't wait for more research before we take any action. The research so far is quite clear in telling us what's happening. There is more research needed, but we need to move forward immediately with changing how we do restoration. So to begin with, plants are really at the center of most restoration practices. Plants, of course, are the base of the food chain. They're the forms of life on planet Earth that convert solar energy into life. And many other organisms, in fact, most other organisms, depend on these plants directly or indirectly. And the abundance and diversity of native plants affects the abundance and diversity of pretty much all other organisms in ecosystems. Plants are at the center of human health. Without a healthy environment with high diversity of plants, we tend to see reductions in human health. And we see benefits to human health when those species are present and thriving. There's a direct effect on ecosystem function. As I said before, more plant diversity results in more animal and other organism diversity directly. And we need to incorporate these plants and this diversity directly into habitat restoration. This is crucial to how we get restoration done, and it's crucial to restoration success. And conserving and restoring the integrity of native plants communities has emerged as an important, if neglected, ecological need. This is a quote from an assessment of native seed needs and capacities in the United States. And I think it's sort of an understatement, and of course has been quite obvious for some time, but it's still underappreciated. So local adaptation has been the guiding principle for where we get plant materials for restoration for some time. We know that local adaptation is quite common, and non-local types may fail in restoration. In a paper in 2019, we and many others analyzed common garden studies to understand how often local adaptation really is at play in plants in our region in the United States, specifically in the arid Great Basin. And we found that in these studies of these common gardens, that 95% of the studies found variation among populations. Of course, this is the stuff of evolution, but populations of plants differ from place to place, and that is the rule. Moreover, however, in a subset of these studies, we found that 86% of that variation is trait by environment variation. So it can be correlated or associated with some differences in the environments of where these plants come from. And 75% of that variation is due to climate alone. So climate is the strongest signal, the greatest driver of plant variation on the landscape. Of course, in this study, we found that local adaptation, local advantage over distant sources of plants was also the rule in another smaller subset of studies where we could test this. 67% of the studies found that local plants had higher survival, and that 90% of those studies found that local plants had higher flowering. So local is the way to go in restoration. That's what we have been taught, and that's what the science tells us. The problem is that local isn't local anymore. We know that lately that climate is changing. And in my part of the United States, this is some of the climate change forecasts. The top left panel shows what temperature is doing. Sorry, it's in Fahrenheit. That's how these researchers reported the results. But the message is clear. As time is going forward, towards the end of the century, we will see substantial increases in average temperature. And if we look at precipitation, we see precipitation will remain relatively stable, quite variable from year, but also. I'm hearing an open mic. If anybody else is, perhaps that can be altered. One of the important things about climate change is that it's not uniform. So climate change is in my region, you can see in the far lower right corner of this snippet of a graph is expected to be much stronger than in the northwest corner of this graph. So that climate change isn't uniform, and we need to consider where we are in the landscape when we're planning for climate change. Already, because local isn't local anymore, we do see some dramatic changes in plant populations. Tree die-offs are a very obvious place where we see changes in vegetation. In North America, we see losses of Douglas fir, which is perhaps the most important economic timber species in our region. It is the state tree of Oregon, where I live, and we're seeing this species show massive die-offs in certain regions. We see yellow cedar decline, sudden aspen death. These are all directly associated with drought and heat. On the lower set, we see the result of climate stress improving conditions for pathogens and pests, which are then killing trees and making them more vulnerable to wildfire. So climate change really is at the root, whether directly or indirectly, in massive changes in trees. And so that's just one effect of climate change on plants. In general, we're seeing a loss of diversity. We're seeing advancing phenology. Plants are blooming earlier and earlier. We're seeing range shifts, plants dying out in some portion of the range and potentially expanding in others. We're seeing just outright extinctions, species that aren't able to track and move and migrate to track climate change are just dying out. And then we're also seeing complex interactions with land use, and I can talk about that in a little bit. An important message here is that the pace of climate change is about 10 times faster than the pace of migration. So climate change is moving faster than plants can naturally migrate. This has also been extended to plants' ability to evolve, for natural selection to improve the genetic types that occur in a particular area. That climate change is just moving faster than these processes can cope with. So we need to consider how we might assist with that migration. Here's another example from trees in Western United States. This is from approximately 14,000 forest plots from California to Oregon and Washington, a very large data set. And what these researchers found was that seedlings of about 33 tree species prefer cooler temperatures than mature trees. And in other words, in warm areas, places that have warmed already, these species are failing to reproduce. The tree seedlings are just not in the understory, and the adults are standing there, but they're unable to reproduce. So they're standing ghosts, and eventually they will die out, and those species do not reproduce in the warmer parts of their range. In another study in our region, this is in northwestern Oregon in the western United States, researchers went and looked at the health of a variety of trees. And what they found was certain species, especially species that were adapted to Mediterranean type climates, warm, dry temperatures in the summer, those species were doing just fine. But species that were adapted to a temperate or maritime climate were showing signs of stress. The trees were either in fair condition or poor or already dead. So some species are responding quickly to climate change by simply dying out. Also, the effects of climate change may depend on land use. And this is a study that we conducted in our region in Southern Oregon. And this was with a rare plant, a lily called Green's Mariposa lily. And what we studied was the demography of this species by using long-term plots where we tracked individual plants. And we did so in two kinds of plots. Plots that were fenced to keep out livestock, and plots that were not fenced, where livestock could enter the plots and eat the plants and trample and do whatever they do. And then we constructed climate-driven computer models of these populations. And what we found was in populations where cattle have access to the sites, the populations are likely to decline. And if we, and that's in the blue. And if we overlay a future climate scenario that shows climate warming and changes in precipitation, that's still the case. The population is declining. But if we're able to remove from the environment, that the population is likely to actually increase, even and especially under the context of climate change. So this is a species that actually has the ability to respond positively to climate change, but only if we start changing land use and animal eating of this plant. So when we think further now about sourcing or finding locations where we get plants and their seeds for habitat restoration, we need to do this in the context of a changing climate. And we need to respect local adaptation of these species, local sources. Those carry with them local adaptations that can be critical to survival because they're adapted to, say, soils or hydrology or competition with other species or local pests and diseases, etc. But we also need to put an eye towards our future climate analogs, looking out on the landscape to understand where our today climate is on the landscape and where our tomorrow climate is as well. Another way to put that is, where is our tomorrow climate today? So when we are provenancing or sourcing or finding locations for plant materials, we have a number of options. We can keep things strictly local or relaxed local, where we take from some populations nearby. We can use a composite mix where we take from several populations in the region and combine them and use them on our restoration sites. And I'll touch on that in a moment. That is a method that we've been using locally for some time. You can use an admixture, a range-wide mix, where you just throw every source into the mix and let nature sort them out on a restoration site. Or you can do something that's more predictive, so matching your seed sources to your future climate. It's been pointed out by Anderson, Panetta, and Mitchell-Olds and many other population biologists that mixing populations can speed adaptive response to global change in species that are locally adapted to both climate and non-climatic conditions, which of course is most species. So that's why I'm looking more closely at how we mix, and how we mix in a way that's using seeds from our potential future climates. Here's an example of a composite mix. And up in the left-hand corner, I'm pointing out that a composite mix gives you the advantage of local adaptation because it's to a local, it's a composite from a region, a local region, but also genetic diversity. By taking seeds from multiple sources within that region and combining, you get the benefits of both genetic diversity and local adaptation. You get in the sweet spot between the two. And an example of this where I work is Iris tenax, and this is a long-lived perennial. And we use collections from many different populations. You can see these red dots from within an ecoregion, the Willamette Valley ecoregion. And each of these sources is used in an agricultural production on the right-hand side, where these different sources are placed together in an agricultural field. They're allowed to crossbreed by pollinators, and then the resulting seeds are a mix of different populations. So this is an example of a composite mix. This isn't a composite mix that's using climate change, though. So we want to see if we can shift from how we do this business right now, our composite mix approach, to something that includes climate change. In the United States, we have the advantage of using an online tool called the Seed Lot Selection Tool, which is climate smart. It essentially allows you to ask, here I am on the landscape. Now, where is my tomorrow climate today? Where, if future climates get warmer as they are projected, what climate will I have in the future? And where is that now? And if I can go to that place with my future climate now and collect plant materials, I can be collecting seeds, cuttings that are adapted already to what my future climate will look like. And so we've used that tool to forecast where our future climates are on the landscape now. And one of the areas we're working is in northern Oregon, and you can see that outlined with a blue dot on it. And the future climates for that region are now currently on the landscape immediately south. So through the rest of the Willamette Valley, down into what we call the Umpqua and Rogue valleys, and then also even more directly into the area around Lake Shasta and other areas that are coastal, more coastal in Northern California. So if climate change occurs on the trajectory we expect, our climate in the future will be much like these areas here. So this brings me to my point, which is talking about assisted migration, and really beyond assisted migration, the concept of adaptive sourcing. And one of our goals here is to increase diversity. And as I said before, with a composite mix, we honor local adaptation, and we collect locally to leverage this home site advantage that we know plants express through local adaptation. But we also collect from multiple populations and bring them together into a production bed where we grow seeds. So we're collecting from multiple sites, and this is key. We're also collecting in harsh locations and in bad or hot, dry years, so that we're selecting, we're collecting from all the available populations, or many of them, and we're also including collections from places and years that already are tested by hot and dry conditions, which is what we expect to get more of in the future. So we have some local populations and some local individuals that still thrive under those conditions, and we want to capture their genetic diversity. Now, we also want to climate match and bring into the mix collections from adjacent future climate analog locations. These include important needed genes so that our local populations have a chance of adapting to the long-term future. So we want plant materials from the intersection of all three approaches: local adaptation, genetic diversity, and climate matching. Sometimes people talk about assisted migration as we will now no longer use our local type, but instead we will use a source of seeds or trees that are from our future climate. I'm suggesting we do a mix. We include the local types. We include local types that are expressed during harsh years. And we also look ahead to our future climate analogs and collect seeds from more distant locations and stir them into our gene pool, make them part of our mix. This is my message to you. And I think the question is not if we do this, or when, but how much and how far. We need to start doing this now. And in fact, yesterday. The question, like, if we're going to ask how much of a component of our seeds that we're putting on the ground should come from our future climate analog, and how far away should we go to get that climate analog? Those are the questions we need to be asking and answering and taking action on right now. There are some risks. We need to put some sideboards around this idea of adaptive sourcing, especially the parts where we're looking at gene transfer and gene migration. There can be overtransfer. In other words, going too far away to a too hot a climate to bring in those genes. They're simply maladapted to even our future climate. We need to be very aware of and control for pests and diseases. We don't want to be moving those around if we're going to be moving plants from a more distant region. We need to be watching for outbreeding depression, especially around mismatched ploidy level, where plants sometimes are diploid, but also sometimes are polyploid. You mix ploidy levels in an agricultural environment, and you can see reduced seed set and reduced seed quality. Those plants don't grow well, their progeny. And in other words, hybrids between ploidy levels do poorly. There could be extreme edaphic differences. The soil types are just so different in our future climate analog that local adaptation is going to keep those seeds from growing well. There could be differences in taxonomy. It's really a different variety or different species, and we need to ask, is this the right material to move and blend into our local population? It could be a rare species. You may not have a potential population in a future climate analog because it's a local endemic, or because it's local, it might have some genetic constraints that we want to be aware of. So this isn't going to work for every species in every context, but for many species that are widespread, that are those that we use routinely in restoration, these are the ones we need to be considering for adaptive sourcing. An approach that we are using now to test this kind of approach is common gardens ourselves, where we are growing trees and shrubs from 20 different species in assisted migration trials to see which sources do best and which sources do best over time. And these are woody species, and this is an experiment that we expect to conduct for 20 to 30 years. And it's important that a common garden for an assisted migration trial go for many years, because that garden needs to be tested by climate extremes. It's not the averages of climates that drive selection and drive species adaptation. It is the extremes that occur over years, the extreme hot years, dry years, cold years, etc. Those are what tests the gene pool. And so a common garden experiment like this needs to run many years. And currently in this area, when we're planting trees, we're starting to downgrade the abundance of present climate sources and upgrade the sources that represent our future climate. It's important that we do this now, because if we are looking to locations on the ground that host our future climate, we need to recognize that those locations are under climatic stress today as well, and that the genetic types that we want from those regions may die out before we obtain them if we don't act quickly. So seeds are part of the restoration supply chain. They're perhaps the biggest link. And we need to be incorporating a climate change thinking into where these seeds come from and where they go on the ground. My conclusions are that climate change is on the march, that we need to act faster to address climate change in restoration through adaptive sourcing. And research and adaptive sourcing need to proceed simultaneously. We can't wait for more research. The research is already clear that plants are responding to the climate, and that genetic types that are adapted to our future climate sometimes do better in our local environment already today. So thank you very much for having me today. I very much appreciate being invited to your conference, and I hope all is well in Nigeria, and I give you many cheers for your restoration successes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tom Kaye. Thank you for that lecture and presentation. If you have questions concerning this presentation, kindly put it in the chat box. Yeah, and then we have question from Mr. Kukuyi. Yeah, so you can have the floor, sir.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Kaye. That's a very interesting and insightful presentation. I followed the presentation, in particular, the analysis between the plants at the center of restoration efforts and the paradox of the changing plants by the climate change. So what it means is that ecological restoration shouldn't just be about just random selection of plants, but understanding biodiversity and other factors that makes plants available or adaptable rather for the both the ecological restoration and climate change perhaps management. Now, my question is that is there a document or a repository of such plans so that such information or the knowledge can be shared across the global audience so that when plants are being selected for ecological restoration efforts, the appropriate variety of plants can be used, for the ecological restoration efforts. And also, I recall that I was telling someone that when we talk about ecological restoration, where is the boundary between ecological restoration and perhaps ecosystem restoration? Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's an excellent question. And I appreciate the way you framed it as a paradox, because in some ways it is. And what I'm offering is a solution to the paradox, which is to essentially do both, right? Use local seeds, but also use seeds from distant sources to mix them. I don't know of a repository of information on individual species and where they're projected to do best in the future. There's a lot of research on this in different parts of the world. I know there have been a lot of experiments with trees in particular because of their economic value in North America. I'm less familiar with the research in Europe or elsewhere. I also know that there is a recent special issue of the journal Forest Ecology and Management dedicated to the topic of sourcing trees in a changing climate. So there are many research papers in that special issue of Forest Ecology and Management. So I might direct you to look there. And then your second question was where does restoration ecology meet ecosystem restoration, I believe. And I think restoration ecology often focuses on a particular site so that we're restoring individual locations that might be on the order of 1 to 100 or 1,000 hectares. It's adding those up that creates ecosystem restoration in my mind. And I think of an ecosystem as a landscape characteristic. And those landscapes are built on individual sites. So restoration of ecology merges into ecosystem ecology at scale. That's how I would answer that. And that's why we need to do restoration at so many locations and at scale so that we can really result in ecosystem restoration and ecosystem improvements and resilience to climate change. So I hope that was helpful, and I very much appreciate your question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. In the absence of no other question, we'll be introducing our next speaker. This is no other than Dr. Daniel Alexander. So, Dr. Daniel Alexander, is based in Montreal, that's Quebec. He's the secretary of the Large Scale Ecological Restoration Section, LERS, and an inventor. He created an educational game to inspire ecologists in exploring creative thinking and social entrepreneurship for ecological restoration. As an instructor at an upcoming conference, he will share as an instructor in this conference, he will share expertise on using games for education, focusing on teaching restoration biologists on how to employ games as effective tools for awareness and education in ecological restoration, offering valuable insights for integrating game-based approach into their works. So let's welcome Daniel Alexander to the floor. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes. Thank you so much for the introduction. I really appreciate that. And just before things are clear, I don't actually have a PhD. That's something that I'm planning on doing later. But as you'll see, I'll be able to share my screen here to share my presentation. There we go.
Yeah, perfect.
So,
You can see it.
Can everybody hear me all right? Just a little mic check.
Yeah, we can.
Excellent. So my presentation here entitled Games as a Tool for Education and Awareness and Ecological Restoration really takes forward from the work that I did at SER 2023 in Australia this year. And really excited to be able to present about the SDG 4 on quality education. So I really believe that games can be a tool for education and awareness, and I hope I'll be able to share some of those insights today. So a really quick background, I did my bachelor's in biology with a specialization in ecology with minors in education and in sustainability studies at Concordia, and then recently completed my master's in ecological restoration, where I focus on adapting agroforestry systems as a restoration tool to increase the climate change resilience on a farm in BC. So one of my main insights that I'll be sharing here, first of all, is that ecological restoration really requires every single type of skill. And the skills that I'll be presenting here is the creativity, my systems thinking, and also the fact that I love board games. I love playing board games since I'm a child. I love how they can be really interactive. So the first tenet that I really want to share here is that games are really an undervalued tool for education and awareness. Games are one of those things that can really trigger your whole brain, as well as your motor skills. And they can also help you think out of the box, think creatively. So they can be very engaging and fun. And that can lead on to being more motivated about learning different topics. I remember when I was a kid, some of the games that were being played around were like card games, or whether it was like Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon or things like that. Like if people are born in the 90s, they would know these games. Well, what I was really surprised is how the kids were able to so easily memorize the cards and memorize how the different elements of the cards played together. And so there's a certain element of being so engaged, being so focused, that you're really learning a lot, and you're also developing your skills. That's my second tenet. Think back at any of your childhood games that you had in the past, whether it was a physical game, for example, tag, or whether it was more of a sit-down game such as chess. Playing games is one of the ways that you're, without really realizing a lot of the times, increasing a lot of your skills. So for example, tag, you would be looking at increasing your motor skills, being your agility, your speed, but also your strategy, your quick decision making, and how you want to be able to make sure that you don't that you avoid your opponent in this case. And then my third tenet before I start explaining the game that I presented at the conference is that with intentional planning, most games can unlock their educational potential. So even a very simple game like tag can actually be used to teach kids, for example, about ecological restoration or ecology in general. One of the activities that I was able to build with some of my colleagues in the past is a reinvention of the game tag. What we did is we presented 3 or 4 different bird species that are native to Quebec. And we presented their nesting behaviors, the type of materials that they need, and also the food sources that they require. And every kid had a different species that they needed to act out. In the meantime, there were these different predators that were going around, and that's how we were emulating a bit of the tag scenario. So not only was it physical, but then the kids also very quickly realized that, hey, like if I need to go from one tree to another, they better be spaced in a certain way so that the predators aren't coming towards me, and that I'm vulnerable. Or they may realize that, hey, there's certain food sources need to be close by so I can provide for my fledglings. So these are the type of insights where you can really teach ecology And ecological restoration, especially if you're able to think creatively about how your game can really unlock that potential. So I'll be presenting a little bit of the game and we'll be playing a quick round. Unfortunately, it's a game that's really played with cards in person. So I'll be able to show an example of one round of a game. And in the future, I'd really love to have an online version so that people can play around the world. So the game is called Creative Tinkering. And the main tenet here is that we're really trying to create better restoration design for the thriving ecosystems. And maybe a little bit of the context of the game first. So you come in and it's a collaborative game. So you're part of a board of advisors for a business and NGO. That's the context. And your goal is to accumulate the most amount of game points by completing holistic restoration projects. What do I mean by that? I mean a project that so if you look on the right side, it's a project that has an ecosystem card in the middle and then is attached to by project components. In this case, we're linking the C, which is the community, B for business, R for research, D for data collection, F for funds, and T for tools, project management tools, that is. So when you're able to link the different project component cards to an ecosystem cards, what you're doing is you're creating a cohesive story. So that's really the main objective of the game, is to create cohesive stories where you're really thinking more holistically at the different project components and how they can work to restore the ecosystem card in the middle. But it's also a game where you need to think about your organizational capacity, right? It's a game where you need to create businesses and you need to apply for funds, really like we do in a real life. And then finally, it's a game where you have to build on synergies. So once you've completed a project, your goal is then to connect a new ecosystem card to your already existing project component cards. So you're building on the synergies of your past work. So let's play a little version of the game. Here's the setup. You start with a community with an ecosystem card. You start with a community card. You have your staff on the right-hand side, and you also have an expertise card. In this case, we're going to be a researcher. The community cards have their needs and wants described. So as you're associating your new cards, you're going to want to make sure that you meet those needs and wants. In this case, I have a coastal First Nation, and their need is to increase the adaptation to sea level rise, climate change. They also have a want to increase food security or economic opportunities for their community. So let's play. All right, I should say that because the finances of this are kind of quite hectic, it's important. There's an Excel spreadsheet essentially that counts everything for you. So all you have to do is input the turn numbers and input the card codes here, and everything gets calculated for you in terms of your annual revenue, so the amount of money that you make per year, and also the bank account, so how much money you have in the bank to finance things. So starting our first turn, we have this amount of money in our bank, we have this annual revenue, and our goal is to move forward. So turn one, we're going to roll the dice. In this case, we get a 2. So we get to choose between 3 business cards. We need to choose one. So in this case, we're thinking back about the community that we had before, and their needs was for erosion. They really wanted to make sure that they're more safe as a coastal community. So between these 3 businesses, the one that makes the most sense for me is the B8 over here. So it's a business about the erosion control, consulting and contracting company, and they have their own value proposition that's described over here. So I'm going to place it next to my ecosystem card and next to my community here and make sure that I put the proper staff. In this case, if I go back, the energy cost, which is the organizational capacity indicator, we have 2 energies per turn. And then there's a monetary cost, which is a startup cost for whatever equipment that is needed and signing up as the business. So in this case, I'm going to put an L2, which is my intermediate position. It has 2 energy, and I'll leave it there. Place it into my Excel spreadsheet, so it automatically calculates my bank account and my projected revenue for next year. Then I'm going to use my researcher card to pick 3 research cards, and I'm going to keep one of these. So between these 3 ones, The one that makes the most sense for me is the integrated bioengineering and for coastal ecosystems. So in this card, in the research cards, it describes based on what the title is, and it describes how it works and how it can be used. So in this case, we could also have had used the community-based climate education program described over here, which could have also been good, but in this case, I have a bit more money and I don't have that much staff, so I'm going to be using the R29. Place it in, purchase one of a consultant for one turn just because I didn't have enough staff. So that's something that we're going to consider in our finances. And then that's the end of turn 1. Every turn represents a year. So as we move on, next turn number 2, we're going to see that our bank account really went down because we paid for all these things, but our annual revenue because of the business was up. So in this case, we're going to use our annual revenue and it's going to go directly into our bank account at the start of turn 2. Next, we roll the dice and we get to choose between 4 data cards. In this case, I'm going to use the coastal shore assessment, in which what it says is it describes it a little bit about something that was interesting or noted about the site. So in this case, what we've noticed is that it's been eroding at a faster rate than reference ecosystems. So we know that there's a source of degradation that is greater than what normally occurs. So we're going to be placing my staff from the research into my data because our research only took 1 year to be done. And then I'm going to be looking at project management tools. So in this case, I'm going to hire a consultant to present to me 3 different cards. So hiring a consultant has its own cost. In this case, it can be quite expensive, but allows you to pick cards and be able to place them. Because my community also wanted to have some sort of outreach, then I'm going to look at the public awareness campaign, in which case that it described over here that is using social media for public awareness. So as I take it, I realize that, well, I don't have enough staff, so I'm going to hire a staff, put their code, and then their income gets totally calculated already from our annual revenue. And then as we go on, we're going to go to the next year, turn 3, roll the dice again. In this case, I get fun cards. And between these 3 fun cards, the one that I think that would make the most sense would be the F20, the Coastal Community Initiative. So this is very simple. You can apply to it if you are working with coastal communities, which I am. So let's put it into this game here. So at this point, I have a completed project. I have a community that had their needs and their wants. I had a business that I was able to create, research that connected to the business and to the community needs. I have a tool that really is able to help out with increasing more of the economic opportunities because it provides fund cards. I have the fund card here in this case, which I was able to apply for because I'm working with the coastal communities, and then a coastal shore assessment is what was able to tell me a little bit about some insights about the project itself. So once that we've done this part, we're going to look at trying and build on the synergies, right? That was the 3rd objective. So we have 3 different ecosystem cards here. And one of the ones that I thought could work really well is to put in the riparian ecosystem with the data card and the community card. And then we're going to have to build upon that. The reason I chose a riparian ecosystem is because I'm trying to think that, okay, if the coastal shores have been eroding at a faster rate, it's likely because the riparian ecosystem around it has been degraded as well. So if we look into that aspect, that ecosystem, we'll be able to do some more. In the end, it becomes this mosaic of different restoration projects and different fund cards, community cards, business cards, etc., for a multitude of ecosystems, including agroecosystems, wetlands, urban areas, lakes, and mountains. So the whole reason why I wanted to create this game is because throughout my master's, I very quickly realized that people kept saying there wasn't enough funds. Or that if there were funds from the government, that they were limited, either in time or in scope. And that got me a little frustrated because we have all this work that needs to get done. But if we are limited in funds, we can't get it done. And so I thought of how can we teach ecologists to think through more of an entrepreneurial perspective so that they can know that they can reach out to business people to create these more regenerative businesses or restoration-based businesses that can help them in their work, but also create the funds that then they need to do the important restoration work. Right? A lot of government funds, they won't pay for monitoring. They won't pay for adaptive management and continuous community engagement, but those are costs. And so we need to find a creative way to generate that income. The current way that we have now is very linear, and I would say quite limited in the sense that we get the funds, we spend them, we get a project outcome. We get more funds, we can maybe get a bigger project, but then they're spent and that's it. It's a very linear, dependent model. And what I'm trying to really, as you play the game, you'll very quickly realize that you can't just do research and data collection and community engagement. You need to build businesses. You need to apply for funds to be able to do all of this work. And so this is where we show, this is what I'm trying to express here, is that we have a more of a social entrepreneurship funding paradigm, where we start with an initial fund that we're able to grow through having different businesses. And then once that grows to a certain extent, we're able to share that into many different of these smaller projects that themselves can have the training and education to be able to grow as well. So this is my perspective of how we can really shape and really engage the restoration economy so that it can do the work that it really needs to get done. So thank you for listening to that part. And now I'm going to pass on to a little moment just to share about the thinking process. I added this last minute because I realized, wait a minute, it's good to explain my game, but even better would be to explain the process about how I was able to create this game and present it at a conference. All right. The first thing you need to do is define the main problem and the main audience. In my case, it was lack of funds, lack of thinking from an entrepreneurial perspective. And the main audience for me was ecologists, people who were already working the field. But I've also played with people who are non-ecologists and they loved it too. So in the end, it ended up being quite good. Then you have to define your learning objectives. What is it exactly that you want them to learn? Write it down. Then, this was a fun part, you'd have to play a lot of games, and you need to take note of the game mechanics. How are they played? How do you integrate chance into your game? How do you integrate some sort of strategy and some sort of a rhythmic feel to it so it's not too complicated to play? Then, you need to brainstorm the game mechanics for your own game and get a brain prototype done quickly. The quicker you can get a game prototype done, honestly, the better. Because then you're able to really adjust and get feedback and adjust some more. And then finally, it's super important, show this to your key audience. I was really lucky to be able to show this game and play it with about 15 to 20 people at the Society of Ecological Restoration conference in Australia. And that's where I was able to get, international feedback really, and some excitement for people who wanted to use it for their classes. So in the future, love to make this an online game. But for now, it's still paper. So I'm going to finish off with this thought here. Ecological restoration requires every type of skill. And now, for those who are listening, I want to ask you, what are yours? How can you promote education and awareness for ecological restoration? How can you use your goals, your passions, your interests to develop this further? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daniel Alexander. Your session was really exciting. This is more about playing games and then combining it with ecology restoration. That is gaming at the same time having fun, releasing stress, and then learning. Thank you for that impactful lecture. And I don't know if you have questions for Daniel Alexander, kindly put it in the chat box. Okay, yeah, we have a question from our faculty advisor. He's saying most games can be addictive, like chess, or can the game you invented also be addictive?
Yeah, so what's the question about the games being addictive?
Yeah, I said most games can be addictive. Or do you think the game you invented can also be addictive and then it makes people lose the cause for why the game was created?
Yeah. I definitely think that I mean, I haven't looked at how I can make this game, more engaging per se, but I think that every game has its purpose. In this case, my goal was not for it to be a game that gets played, by millions of people every single day, and to maximize the addictiveness of it, so that people are so enticed to play it. That's not the goal of the game. In fact, if you play the game, you'll quickly realize that after an hour and a half of playing this, um, max an hour, it's tough because you're making all these decisions. So this game itself is not meant to be played like on and on and on and on. It's more so, it's one of those games that you can bring to a community who's interested in doing restoration work and use it as a brainstorming tool, right? If you filter out the different ecosystems that the community is important, and then they play the game, what's really interesting is all of a sudden they have all these different examples of businesses, of types of research that they can do, of types of project management tools that they can use to then do into their restoration projects themselves. So this game is not meant to, be repeated over and over and over again. In fact, it's tough. It requires a lot of focus. And so that I think that kind of removes that potential problem from the game, but rather it can be used as a brainstorming tool instead. So yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. If you have further questions for Daniel, Alexandra, can you put it in the chat box? We're moving to our next speakers. Speakers from Eco Learners, yeah. So the Eco Learners team, we're talking in speaker Sanjana and Anika team. I think they are both on the call and we'll be talking about their organization and what they do, about their team. I'll just be giving a brief introduction of the Eco Learners team. The Eco Learner team is committed to addressing climate crisis incrementally, and they aim to make a positive impact by offering climate education to diverse communities and organizing local events to rebuild ecosystems. They collaborate globally and they believe collective efforts can contribute significantly to combating climate change. So let's give them the floor. We have two representatives from the Eco Learners team, in person of Sanjana and
Hello. Thank you so much for introducing us. I will now share our presentation. And to double check, we have until 3:40, correct?
Yeah, you have until 3:40.
Okay, perfect. So let me share this. Okay, so thank you so much for that introduction. As noted before, we will be talking about engaging young students in environmental education and restoration. So our agenda would be talking about welcome and introductions, a little bit about us as well, how to create projects as students, and some of our contributions and chapters. And we are hoping to get a couple of our chapter leaders to talk about this, how to grow the project and the impact of projects, and how to support students, and closing. And I would like to invite, after I want to talk about myself. So I'm a leader from the United States dedicated to spreading knowledge about restoration and environmental action. I work with the United Nations Major Group for Children and Youth, but I've also presented in SER, the main SER 2023 in Darwin, Australia. and I'm interested in studying computer science to provide equitable solutions for the climate crisis. So I would like to invite Annika to talk about herself and then a little bit about EcoLearners.
Yeah, hello, I'm Annika. I'm also a student from the United States, and I help Sanjana, and we just kind of are both passionate about kind of fighting climate change and teaching or motivating young students to continue doing so too. And then Sanjana, oh yeah. So for the next part, I'm just going to talk about what our kind of organization does. So who we are, our brief history and mission, and then our commitment to restoration. So currently, our mission is to educate students throughout the world. As Corey said, we have 3 main goals, which is to educate and motivate youth, take a regenerative approach, and to restore native species. Currently, we have 12 chapters around the world, some in the States, some in Africa, and we used to also have several chapters in Asia as well. And each chapter has its own goals and projects they're working on, such as hosting events or holding environmental competitions, or they can plant trees and pick up litter. So there's a lot of things they can do. And then to quickly go over our impact, we've currently collected over 1 ton of trash, reached 50K youth globally, and planted over 10,000 trees over the course of our organization's being.
I would like to now talk a little bit about project creations as students. If anyone has any questions, we love to address them. Feel free to put them in the chat. Annika can address them, but talk a little bit. Are there any questions so far? Okay, great. To talk a little bit about project. Oh, there's a question? Sorry, I cannot see.
No question, sorry.
Okay, perfect. Talk a little bit about project creations as students. I'd like to talk about identifying a mission, securing some volunteers, and then process to grow your project. So talk a little bit about first, like why project entrepreneurship and how does this help with environmental education? So creating your own project allows you to learn more about restoration because it forces you, especially young students, to work with the environment around them. So allows students to understand how ecological systems work, interact with one another, and then using that knowledge and being able to do hands-on restoration, students are able to understand environmentalism and the interactions between different species. So entrepreneurship for young students is very important. So the first thing about creating any project, an entrepreneurial project, is identifying a mission and fulfilling that mission. So a good mission statement changes, the method of fulfillment will change even if the mission stays the same. So a good mission statement has you identify what interests you and what has already been explored, but is very concise and to the point. Our mission statement at first did not do the change when starting. We did the bare minimum at first, but then we started changing and evolving the mission statement to do what we really wanted. The next question is usually how to secure student volunteers and get people interested in it. And that is very hard to get people interested in environmental education at first. But what we did was we went out and just asking people we knew, other students, as teachers, and then posted on social media and had forms to apply. So one way is to incentivize others with like cool things or just things that they're interested in. And encouragement is really important. It's important to value health and well-being over work, and important to be very flexible with other students. And to promote restoration work, the main tool is going to be usage of social media. And something like Instagram, Facebook is going to be really important to give constant updates on your restoration projects. So you want to stick to a similar theme and have proper time management between each post, use many hashtags, including a specific one about your project. You also want to talk to local businesses, industry professionals, and then connect with larger partners and continue going to these networking events like SER. And we'd love to also learn about all of your work as well. Are there any other questions going so far?
No questions. You can go
All
on.
right, perfect. All right. Then we are here to talk a little bit about our work currently in EcoLearners. So we will be talking a little bit about the case studies about it, talking a little bit about Cross River, Bungoma, Kenya, our chapter, and then some other chapters. I would like to invite Nathaniel Molong of the Cross River Nigeria chapter to talk a little bit about his work and himself.
Yeah, he can come on board.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Nathaniel.
Okay, nice meeting you all. I'm Nathaniel Molang. Before I tell you more about myself, I want you to start with this, that there is much in little, and in eco-learning, we believe that there's much in little. The little things you do really matters a lot, and the impact goes far. So I'm Molang Nathaniel, the chapter leader of Cross River State for eco-learning. I started working with eco-learning together since its founding. And by the grace of God, we have created a lot of impact. I'm a master student at the University of Cross River State, Calabar, who is studying architectural design and professional practice. So by the grace of God, I have deep love for climate change, and I've been working and doing the needful to make sure we protect the climate. So by the grace of God, we have worked in most of activities in school by making sure we do the needful, picking up trash and passing a bill as a student union leader in Cross River State University of Technology to see how we can be hosting eco-learning activities yearly or each of the academic section in school. So with eco-learning, we have been able to partner with National Association of Ogoja Students worldwide, where we have visited school to plant trees and also distribution of waste bin. The main reason why I have the focus on the student is to see how I will influence them, not only to take climate action, but so they can help me spread the news about climate change and also do the needful. So by the grace of God, we have hosted so many events, from distribution of sustainable development goal textbooks, which we could get more than 500 copies of textbooks from the Commissioner of Sustainable Development Goal. Then we have planted trees, and we don't just plant these trees at times when we go to schools. We help them to do landscape. As an architect, I come up with the plan and we do the needful and we plant the trees where they are needed. And I believe with all these, we have really created an impact. If you go to most of the school we once visited as of, let me say, last year and early this year, you see that they are trying by all means to help come into change making in climate change. They are doing the needful in terms of also planting trees and keeping their school environment neat. Then how about the students we have impacted? They have also made sure this helps spread the news down to their home and also talk to their friends to take climate change. So I still end for now by telling you there's much in little, but recently we just won an award from National Association of Ogoja Students, which was Team Ogoja Pride Award. And by the grace of God, the NGO was being nominated, and after being nominated, they won the prize for the best NGO of the year in Ogoja Pride Award. It was a remarkable one, and also we had a whole event where we could even reach out to up to 500 people, where we could create awareness about climate change and also let the people know how they can also take climate action by also letting them know that there's much in little, even though they can even pick just a little trash from the ground, they have created impact. So by the grace of God, I believe with eco-learning, Cross River State, we can do more and better with the power of collaboration and partnership. So thank you once again. I remember humble self, Nathaniel Molan.
Thank you so much, Nathaniel. All right,
Yeah,
and
you can go
like to
on.
next. Oh, okay, perfect. Next, like to invite Elliot from the Bungoma, Kenya chapter to talk a little bit about himself, educating of young students for restoration and tree planting, and some of the work he has been doing. Elliot, if you want to take control.
Hey, hello. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. I'm having quite unstable internet here. Okay, I am Eliud Omutani. I am a teacher here at a school called Chenjeni. It is in Bungoma County in Kenya. And I started working with the environment around the school because when I was posted there, I realized that there was a lot of degradation and destruction of natural ecosystems by the locals. They were cutting down those trees for use as fuel and to create more land for agriculture. And the impacts were so adverse in such a manner that there was a very large or a reduced level of water. You know, the rivers were cool every day because most of the time they were out looking for water. They would go like up to 3 in the morning looking for water, and they would miss school. So I started teaching them how to plant trees because I realized that trees would reverse those effects that had resulted from cutting down of trees. So then I started teaching them the importance of trees and guiding them how to plant trees. So I started. First lessons were to teach them the importance of planting trees. So after every lesson, after every day in the evening from 3 p.m. to 4 p.m., I will establish a lesson to teach them how to plant trees. So we established tree nurseries with the children, and from them we are expecting to have 5,000 seedlings. So last week we potted 1,235 seedlings, and these seedlings will be ready for planting in February. And also, what I'm really focused on is to have more schools learning about planting trees and the importance of having trees in our environment. Next slide, please. Yes, next slide.
Can you see?
Yes. And we are focusing mainly on grevillea. Yes. we are focusing mainly on Grevillea because Grevillea is an invasive species. So we are planting them together with our crops because these people, they cut down trees to create land for agriculture. So wherever they are, where crops, and so that's why we settled on Grevillea. Yeah, next slide. Next slide, please. Next. Oh, and our main focus is to have increased tree cover around Western Kenya, the whole of Western Kenya, so that we reverse the effects of climate change and reduce carbon in the atmosphere. And also, I want these children to grow up knowing the importance of planting trees and the importance of taking care of the environment. The best thing about this is that these children, once they learn at school, they go back home and explain to their parents what they have learned, and therefore this is the multiplication factor of this project. And I look forward to having an increased tree cover in both schools and in the communities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Iliad. Yeah, I'd like to continue if there are no other questions. You can also ask at the end.
Yes.
Great. I would like to invite Annika to talk a little bit about starting impact and growth. So how to do proposals and plans as a student-led organization, and how organization educating students as well, and how to measure impact quantitatively and qualitatively. Annika?
Yep. So what I think is most important to starting, and one of the things you guys should at least take away in starting projects and from this presentation, is to have an action plan. And what this is basically a step-by-step guide and plan to your new projects that include like things like your goals and then ways to get to your goals in a document that you can easily access. And so forming an action plans, if you can move to the next slide. So forming an action plan starts with analyzing your current impact and work. So you're going to ask, what, if anything, have you done right now towards restoration, and how effective was it? Are you, like, for example, planting trees, or are you cleaning up litter, and how much, and is it making much of a difference? The research is just as important to planning out a project. You want to know facts. So what projects can you do? Are these projects achievable? Have other organizations done this? What are their goals? Are they producing positive results? Is there any major problem with the project that maybe you could go over and resolve? So based on your research, you'll want to form goals. And for example, a goal could be like planting 200 trees. If last year you planted 100, it could be very simple, and you just want to have something for yourself where you know you will probably be able to meet it, but also you want to set your expectations for yourself so that you are driven to push yourself harder. And then finally, for your action plan, when you have all your goals and research done, you're going to write these down in a document. And writing your steps and goals down, you're going to set time periods to achieve these goals that will conclude your action plan. So
yeah, perfect. And after creation of an action plan, you want to measure your impact, and this is both, as I was saying, quantitatively and qualitatively. So quantitative denotes to numbers, and this is anything that your project conducts must be put into a record, because tracking is very key, especially when coming down to physical restoration. So when a lot of issues with funding or trying to get support or get other students involved in environmental restoration, people want to see the physical results you have. And to assess the type of quantitative data you need, it depends on the project structure. So our recommendation is to set preliminary goals before the project date. So have, for example, I want to plant 200 trees in this project date, but then record everything that happens during the project, every single tree that you plant, even if the tree, for example, dies a few days later, and then sort through all that data after. It will be a mess at first when compiling all of your data, but it's important to just have all of it down at first. And putting all of this information down, you want to have different ways of taking quantitative data. So it depends, of course, of the activities that you are conducting, but something like the number of trees planted, you want to record your species, the location, but then you can also start looking at software apps like the Green Strand 2 tracker, which we are starting to look at now, or restore.eco has a partnership with the UN Decade of Restoration, looking at their monitoring site. So you also want to look at the amount of litter cleaned up, weight. We've done this in numerous chapters. You also want to look at the people reached, such as like on social media channels, any likes that you see on posts, views on posts, promotional advertisements in your local area, or if you receive donations or funding or support, you can see who has done that and number of people done that. Also knowing the land size the project is on, Restore is really good for using this, but seeing how much land that you have restored and worked on is really important. So after quantitative, there's qualitative data, and qualitative data denotes to proper descriptions, names, locations, and especially images of the project that happened. And so on your action plan or on your reports, you would like to put a mix of quantitative and qualitative. So an examples are images, location and description of events, or even quotes or opinions of attendees of that event. So once conducting your project, you want to have a post-event report. So this includes quantitative and qualitative data, overview of the work you have done, future goals, and goals that you did hit during the work, or if you did not hit any goals during your work, you must include why. But the biggest thing is that any post-event report is almost a pitch to anybody looking at it. It's a pitch to join your cause, for other students to be interested in environmentalism and all of the work you've done, or other people who are working in this sector to perhaps fund your project or provide some sort of interest to your project. So the why us section, it does not actually have to be labeled why us, but it's just a little information about you, shows why to support your project or join your project, or what is special about your project. For example, EcoLearners especially works with youth with environmental education, and this is something that is prominent throughout all of our chapters. You want to show how this project aligns with the current mission, and this allows you to have a better environmental education, and you want to show how your work does that and how it meets those goals of allowing youth to, I guess, learn about their surroundings and increase their knowledge about their surroundings. And another last thing you can do is called a current impact analysis, and this could be really useful when compiling a post-project report. And it's a holistic view of the project so far, so you can talk a little bit about your strengths, and so this is what your organization or project does well, qualities that separated you from other organizations. And I would talk about seeing other organizations not just as competitors, but instead more as like others who are doing it as with a different way. And then you want to talk about your weaknesses. So what you are lacking. This will often be things like funding or resources, or other things that larger organizations or organizations in the areas are also doing, and looking at that. But then that also leads to opportunities. And these opportunities are seeing what you have in your area, people you know, your connections, and that is really important to look at your connections in your area. So now that you know a little bit about eco-learners, you can connect with us or other people or organizations. And lastly is threats. So any things that could possibly hinder your growth or stop your growth or dissolve your growth. So for example, like very much lack of engagement, then you want to reframe that and look at how you can possibly get more people engaged, or how you can use that threat and turn it into an opportunity. There are no more questions. We can continue to our last section, which is how to support youth projects to increase environmental education. And I'd like to invite Annika back to talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, and this section is really quick. We just want to go over what you can do, especially if you can't make your own projects, or if you just don't have the resources. So, Sanjana, could you move the slide? So even if you can't make your own projects, there are ways you can still contribute to fighting global warming. A big thing you can do is to support other youth projects, whether through promoting them, offering encouragement and constructive feedback to them, and even working to them. What I think is so important about working with youth is the fact that they're going to become our next generation's leaders. And as they grow, they have already become more aware of the problems that have arisen on our planet in regards to global warming and climate change. So I believe that many people are very passionate about trying to help fight against this. However, a lot of youth at the same time, especially now, do not have the proper resources. A lot of them struggle, I'd say, more financially, as well as, at least in the States, legally, where it's difficult when you are not an adult, as you cannot make your own proper decisions or anything. So being able to be supported is very impactful for youth organizations and youth projects, and that's just something that we invite everyone to do. And then finally, we just have our closing. So these are just ways you can contact us if needed. Sanjana's at that email over there. You can contact me at my email, which is just my name and eco-learners. You can also contact any of us, so Nathaniel or Elliot at chapters@ecolearners.org. And if you would like to reach our Instagram, you can find us at eco.learners. So thank you.
And thank you so much. And lastly, if you want to see our website, also ecolearners.org. I appreciate everyone listening to our talk and learning more about us. And yeah, congratulations to everyone.
All right. Thank you very much, Sanjana. Thank you very much, Eco-Learners team. It was quite insightful, especially I was able to grab a lot of things and things, especially when Anika mentioned some applications and softwares we can use in monitoring trees and knowing their locations and monitoring their growth. Funny enough, we actually, your goals and your mission and objective as the Eco Learner, as an organization, aligns with the goal for the Society for Ecological Restoration. The reaching out to students because you need to catch them young. That's just the grassroots. If the grassroots can be easily if they can be caught young, we can actually address this issue. Yeah, so I want to give a big thank you to the representatives of the Eco Learner team. That's Mr. Nathaniel from Ogoja. Well done on the job you're doing. Um more wisdom and knowledge, and also with God by your side too. And I also want to thank Mr. Eliud from Kenya. Yeah, I also like the free work you're doing over there and the way you're engaging with the students over there. Yeah, a big thank. And with the native species you mentioned, the Grevillea tree planting. Yeah, so I also want to say a big thank you to Sanjana for being on our program today. Thank you, Anika. Thank you for the work you're doing. We look forward to future collaborations and future programs with you. So thank you very much, Ekule and Nastin. So if you have questions for them, please kindly put it in the chat box so that they can treat it. Something you're unclear of, something you want to be sure of, or probably also contribute or recommend, yeah, to what they are doing, because they're actually doing a very wonderful job. Yeah, if you have anything, you can put it in the chat box. So thank you very much. Um, I'll be waiting for questions for the Equilearners team. Okay, yeah, so somebody was asking how we can collaborate with the Equilearners team. Do we have to send a mail, or how do we start engaging there for collaborations and all that? And then for your representatives in Nigeria, is there a way we can meet in person to share ideas and look for prospects? So yeah.
Yes, so feel free to contact us at chapters@ecologists.org, but I can also Nathaniel put his I guess a little bit about his information into the chat. I can also put his email, drop it into the chat, and feel free to reach out to him directly. Let me send that right away. One moment.
All right.
So I can put that in the chat and I can also put his WhatsApp information too, because then you can reach out to him directly, and then you can reach out to us directly, and then to schedule a time to talk with them. So perfect.
Chief Senate, thank you very much. So in the absence of, yeah, you can go ahead. You're saying something.
Yeah, I just said there's another question in the chat. When planning a project as youth, improve the waste practice of community, best ways to go about and carrying along the community in the project. Yeah, that's a really great question. I would say before you start in the actual project, first get a gauge of interest of who is interested in the waste pickup. So we like to create flyers, just be like, hey, would you like to join us in picking up waste? Would you like to, I guess, in your local area, start seeing what waste is around there, and then work together to get enough materials for the community event, and then meet together and then do it together, because we believe collaboration with one another is key. So you want to engage others in your community by putting up flyers, just asking people you know, perhaps that you have attended classes with before or that live nearby you, just something as simple as that. And many chances, a lot of times people will say no at first, but there will be a couple people that say yes, yes. And your first project will end up being very small. But as it keeps growing and as you keep doing multiple of these, for example, waste management practices and like waste removal, or I guess just like, for example, waste sorting, whatever the project may be, as you keep doing that, more and more people would like to join, and then it'll grow. And yeah, Elliot also put it in.
Thank you very much, Sanjana. Mr. Kainto, I hope your question was cleared. Mr. Kaito? Okay, okay. In the absence of no question, for the echo learner thing, we'll be playing a short video interlude. So we can just stretch our legs, stretch our hands. We've been sitting, I'm very sure we've been sitting for a while. So we just take like a 5-minute video interlude so we can stretch our fingers, our hands. If you want to take water, if you want to get hydrated and everything, if you want to take something, just you can take that. Yeah. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much, Sanjana. Thank you very much, Ecolenas team. Really appreciate you being part of this conference. Cheers.
Today, we are using 1.6 Earths to give us what we need to live, eat, and grow our economies. We are plundering and polluting nature's resources, treating it as a dumping ground for plastic and waste. If we don't act now, we could lose 1 million species in the next few decades. Like we would lose our coral reefs, which will impact fish first, then fishers, then entire economies. But it doesn't have to be this way. What if I told you there's a solution? It's called ecosystem restoration. Healthy ecosystems regulate our drinking water and carbon, which are the backbone of life on Earth. All living things need carbon. Trees store carbon, so does soil, and seagrass in the ocean. Even the human body is 18% carbon. But as ecosystems become weak, they release carbon instead of storing it. Look at the soil below your feet. Healthy soil grows 95% of our food. But pollution, climate change, and pesticides are making soil less productive. And when yields go down, instead of restoring, we expand, till more land turning wild places into farmland and pollute healthy soil. When we lose forests, wildlife is forced to come closer to humans, bringing what's called zoonotic disease, a virus that is passed between animals and humans, like bird flu, Ebola, and COVID-19. But there are some actions we can take today. Growing trees in cities would help to cut pollution dramatically. They would filter and cool the air, improving our health and reducing global warming. But trees can do more. Look at mangroves, for example. For each dollar we spend on restoring mangroves, we would earn $4 as they protect our coastlines from storms and floods. Building economies around nature will create jobs for the future, jobs that you could have. Restoring ecosystems will not be simple, and it will not be easy. But together, we can do it. We are calling entrepreneurs, thinkers, leaders in your family, school, and workplace to get involved. Can you do your part too? Reimagine how and what you consume. Recreate your relationship.
Are you a
with the planet.
professional looking to immigrate
Join
legally?
Generation Restoration. Be a part of the solution. They would filter and cool the air, improving our
support
health
plant and
and
animal
reducing
life.
global warming.
Several factors can damage, destroy, or
But
degrade an
trees can do
ecosystem.
more. Look
Most
at
of the
mangroves,
destructive
for
factors
example.
are attributed to biotic
For
and
each
abiotic
dollar we
elements.
spend on
1. Overexploitation. Earth's natural resources are being depleted at an alarming rate. Vast areas of forest cover are cleared to make room for agriculture and other activities. This leads to the loss of habitat for some animal species. Overexploitation creates an imbalance within the ecosystem that can cause the affected animals to migrate. The loss of biodiversity in an ecosystem can cause damage to its functions. Farming practices deplete the nutrients in the soil. This may prevent plants from growing in a given ecosystem. The world's oceans are overexploited due to overfishing. This greatly affects the marine ecosystem. 2. Climate change. Climate change is defined as the long-term shift in weather patterns and temperature. Due to climate change, animals and plants can no longer thrive in some ecosystems. Animals may migrate to look for favorable conditions. Since plants are immobile, they cannot move to other areas, so they are likely to die. 3. Pollution. Pollution is the introduction of harmful substances into the environment. The chemicals used in farming can pollute the soil and water sources. This will increase environmental acidity, resulting in the loss of plant and animal biodiversity. Greenhouse gases, such as nitrogen and carbon dioxide, can affect the organisms in an ecosystem. Carbon dioxide emissions cause a rapid increase in global temperatures. This phenomenon is called global warming. Global warming can drive the extinction of animal and plant species. 4. Invasive species. An invasive species is any animal, plant, or organism that is not naturally from an ecosystem. Invasive species often cause harm to the natives. In the animal kingdom, invasive species may prey on other organisms that are below them in the food chain. This can cause a reduction in the number of certain animals in the ecosystem. Most animals are forced to leave their ecosystem when there is an invasive species. Invasive species can disrupt food chains and may also cause extinction. 5. Land use change. Land use change is the process by which humans transform the natural landscape of a piece of land. Agricultural land use degrades soil quality. With time, the soil's chemical and physical properties may change. Consequently, this can reduce the number of microorganisms in the soil. Soil microbes play an essential role in plant growth. They aerate the soil and allow plants to recycle nutrients. Without them, some plants may fail to grow in an ecosystem. How to restore the ecosystem? Ecosystems are self-healing. With the right conditions, they can repair and restore themselves. Plants and animal communities can recover from damages caused by the factors highlighted above with human intervention. Reduced carbon footprint. Carbon footprint refers to the total amount of greenhouse gas produced by human activities. By reducing the carbon footprint, the planet won't be affected by global warming. As a result, the ecosystem functions won't be disrupted, damaged, or degraded. Use natural fertilizers. When used continuously, artificial fertilizers can pollute rivers, lakes, and oceans. This can affect the aquatic life forms found in these ecosystems. Natural fertilizers are safe for all ecosystems. Removal of invasive species. Invasive species can change how the natives of a particular ecosystem interact in their habitat. The removal of an invasive species will restore balance within the ecosystem. Reducing tillage. Reducing tillage on farmlands can help preserve soil structure. This will improve soil fertility, allowing plants to thrive. Avoid fossil fuels. Fossil fuels produce greenhouse gases when they are burned. These gases can raise acidity levels in water sources and the soil. The animals and plants in these ecosystems are likely to die due to chemical imbalance. Why is ecological restoration important? Healthy ecosystems can provide plants and animals with everything that they need. Organisms can effectively interact in a fully functional ecosystem without experiencing any problems. 1. Ecological restoration preserves biodiversity. When animals are comfortable in an ecosystem, they won't move to other areas. They are also less likely to go extinct. This also applies to plants and other organisms. 2. Improved water and air quality. When plant and animal communities interact, their population is likely to increase. As mentioned before, trees can clean the air that we breathe. This also prevents acidity in water bodies, since the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere will be minimal. 3. Food security. Good agricultural practices can increase food production. Plants won't lack pollinators, and neither will animals lack food. 4. Prevents climate change. Ecological restoration can increase forest cover. Trees can reduce the amount of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, thus preventing global warming. 5. Creates ecosystem restoration jobs. Ecosystem restoration practitioners can seek employment in various ecological sectors. Global movements such as the ecosystem restoration camps provide people with great opportunities to help restore ecological balance. Ecosystem restoration projects. Environmental organizations from different parts of the world carry out environmental restoration projects regularly. These projects ensure there is effective implementation of restoration strategies.
Yeah. Hello. Um, 15 minutes back after short video interview. Yeah, we'll be having our SCR representative speak to us um before we close the program. So the first speaker from the SCL, that's the Society for Ecological Restoration, in person of Laura Caponi, is an SCR staff member since 2018, and she manages the global membership program. She oversees partner relationship, marketing and communications, and organizational capacity building. So she's the go-to person when it comes to marketing, communication, and all. She has a decade of experience in supporting members' network for environmental, health, and legal organizations. She previously served as a research specialist and project manager at CNA. Laura's background includes coordinating a $26 million contract for the U.S. Department of Education and organizing leadership development training in Washington, D.C. He's committed to positive change, and she holds a BA in the University of Maryland and an MA from Johns Hopkins University, based in DC. She is dedicated to advancing Islam mission. Please let's welcome Laura Continue. She has the floor.
Thank you so much for that lovely introduction. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, I can see your screen.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for inviting me to be here today to talk to all of you about SER and our membership program. So I'm calling in from Washington, D.C., where it is very cold. We are near freezing today, so I expect that where you are, it's much warmer. So I'm very jealous. I was
It's
looking
quite
at,
hot over here too.
yeah.
So I think I'm jealous. I'm jealous of your climate condition.
Oh yeah.
The heat is terrible here.
Oh, I imagine that, yes.
Yeah.
So today I'm here to talk a little bit about SER's membership program, how to get started in your journey with SER, but I also included some time in this presentation for questions from the students and other participants here. I'd love to hear about your experience as a member of SER, or if you're considering membership. I'm here to answer questions that you have. So I'll start by just going through a little bit about SER and its membership program. So SER is a global community. This year we crossed the 5,000 member milestone. Our members study and practice restoration in almost all ecosystem types, and our members include researchers, practitioners, and students. Our members are also both individual members and institutional members that represent small organizations at the community level, multinational corporations, governments, and other kinds of institutions. We also have members that represent indigenous groups. It's a really nice, well-rounded organizational body of members. Over the last several years, SER has been intentionally creating opportunities to give students and emerging professionals a voice and also a home in the society through student awards, restoration fellowships, travel grants, publishing opportunities, and representation across our governance committees. We also encourage engagement through individual student memberships and formalized student associations. And the SER Unilag is one of our student associations that we are exceptionally excited about. It's the first student association on the continent of Africa. One of SER's primary goals is advancing international policy. Our SER standards are resources that are developed as part of the international policy program. SER believes that standards-based restoration can help increase the effectiveness of restoration projects and programs, delivering greater ecological and human well-being outcomes. Standards documents are collectively worked on in consultation with hundreds of key stakeholders, including our members, agencies, researchers, industry organizations, and individual practitioners. I've listed some of these titles on the slides. and these documents are available on our website. This past year, 1,000 delegates from over 80 countries participated in SER 2023, showcasing the incredible value, opportunities, and sense of community that happens when people come together to share information and advance shared goals. Our Open Doors program offered travel grants to 22 SER members, most of whom were students and emerging professionals. In Darwin, Australia, SER hosted a panel discussion titled Careers in Ecological Restoration, Finding Your Path in the Field for students and emerging professionals. It was an interactive session that featured 6 panelists from diverse backgrounds who candidly shared their career journeys, and we plan on including more events like this that are geared towards students at future conferences. Next year, there will be even more moments to connect and contribute to our community. I've included the dates for our next World Conference, which will be in 2025. It's slated to be in the United States at the end of September 2025. Our members have access to a variety of tools and publications and peer-reviewed research, as well as learning opportunities like trainings, webinars that can enhance your skills and work towards earning your professional certification if you choose. Our members are also invited to host or volunteer for hands-on restoration projects in your community for our Make a Difference Week event that happens each June. So how do you get started on your membership journey with SER? First is become a member of SER if you're not already. So to do that, visit www.ser.org and create your member profile. The University of Lagos covers the membership fee for all students who are actively participating in the student chapter. So it's no fee to join. It's already covered by the university. You can contact Dr. Excellence or send an email to membership@ser.org and we can get you set up. When you log into the ser.org platform, you are automatically directed to the Member Center, where you can find quick links to key documents and other information that you need to know, where you can view the latest newsletters, access the Restoration Ecology Journal subscription, find out how to register for our upcoming webinars, and other access to our video conference libraries. So now I'd love to hear from all of you about what questions I can answer about SER. If you're already a member, what would you like to see more of? If you're not yet a member, what are you interested in getting from SER? I'll just open the floor up. Okay, Esther, wonderful. Please send an email. I'll put our membership email in the chat. Please send an email to this and we will get you set up. Oh, wonderful. That's wonderful, Esther. So to create, we do have a handbook that I can send you about creating a local student association at your school. Can you say what school that you're representing?
Esther, she's asking the school you're representing. You can unmute yourself.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so the way that our student association program is established is SER has a very short agreement that we set up between SER and a faculty advisor at your host school. So in the case of the University of Lagos, I worked with Dr. Excellence to formalize the student association. It basically says that the university recognizes that it's creating a student association with SER at the University of Lagos. So Esther, I would suggest that you work with a faculty advisor who would kind of be the host faculty to help coordinate the founding of the student association at your school. And then once the student association gets established, as many students who are interested in participating in SER can do that under the student association. And I can send you actually I can just put it in the chat right now. I can put the student
yeah, it's
handbook.
better if you could help me. Maybe I'll get across to my HOD and then I'll give you a feedback. If you could at least maybe put a mail, I could contact you or reach you so that I would get I don't know who it I don't know much about Mr. Excellence and his position in Nigeria creating local chapter in Unilag. So I want to know if there's any more information I could get from him to create the local chapter in my school.
Sure.
I'm a forestry student, a master's actually wildlife ecology, and I would love if the school has an international local chapter aside from that of International Forestry Students Association, which they are yet to communicate to, and also get a strong, how will I put it, a stronger membership there. But aside from that, I would love them to also get involved with this restoration project going on and then know more, because many students, when giving admission, they'll ask what's forestry, so many bad things about the negative aspects of view about forestry and all its scopes and everything that cuts across forestry. We are being laughed at, actually. So, and in Nigeria, it's not being taken too serious. Apart from the western part of Nigeria, who have a strong lead in forestry, that of the northern part of Nigeria and the eastern part of Nigeria are kind of their foundation are being shaky about forestry and everything that comprises forestry. So I would love if this is also embedded in my school and also the eastern part of the country at large, so that we will take this course seriously. It's not just that people who are studying medicine, people who are studying engineering, architecture are more better than us. We are environmentalists, so we are the people who keep the environment in a safe condition for all these other careers or courses that take pride in their own field. So I would love if we also take pride in our own field as forestry students. And then if there's certain things like grants or scholarship that will be given to some students in terms of maybe having the best projects in terms of restoration projects that could help them push them further to knowing forestry the more, at least that would be better. I myself have suffered a lot in trying to gather students, creating club, maybe trying to put out so many flyers to educate, and then there's this negative feedback I get discouraged, and at the tail end, I just go back to my room and cry, and then I just say, okay, no problem, let me just study it for the sake of, I want to get a degree in that course, and I want to get a master's in that course. Probably after it, I'll get a PhD. Let me see what life has to offer for me, but that is not what I want. I just want the practical aspect of everything embedded, not just the course outlined is I just need people to understand that this course is potentially a lucrative course, even though the Nigerian system and the economy is looking down on it. But I think it has much prospects.
Esther, Esther, please send me an email and I will get you connected with membership in, while we set up a student association at your school. And then I will also connect you with Dr. Excellence as well as our continental chapter, SCR Africa.
Okay, ma, thank you. I'm grateful.
Yes, thank you for your question.
Thank you. I'm most grateful.
Thank you very much, Esther.
I guess I guess we are just few who are participating in this conference because this the conference has not SCR has not actually been, let me say, has not reached beyond the Unilag, like the West. So that is why I have so much concerns, because the first time I attended this conference, I was so much thrilled about it, and I got so many friends who, like, I shared these flyers when it was about time for this conference. I mean, when the flyers came out for this conference, and I encouraged most of my friends to attend to get, but I was so, let me say, I'm so, like, I'm down now because most of them don't even want to attend this conference and they don't even care about it, and they call themselves foresters. It's just like, it's like a repetitive cycle in terms of the projects we even write. There's no new thing going on. It's a repetitive process. So I'm very concerned if there's in any way we could at least encourage people here through this and through this our association, and then get more projects that people could actually handle, get more grants, at least funds that it will help cut across so many aspects in terms of forestry, both waste management and the rest, to help this restoration project go around, especially to the rural areas where this government have so much taking away their resources and create hardship for these rural dwellers in terms of getting food, getting trees, at least to get shades on their plants. In terms of agroforestry, they are behind. In terms of forest management, we are behind. Civilization everywhere. Everybody wants to build skyscrapers. Nobody is concerned about what is going to happen to the environment. So it gives me a kind of a bleeding heart.
Thank you. I just put it in another resource into the chat. We've just relaunched our Restoration Resource Center, and I put the link to the projects database into the chat, where you can see about and learn about other restoration projects that might be happening across the world, but also in your region. And we also encourage our members, but also anybody who's doing restoration work, to submit their projects for shared learning across the planet.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Are there any other questions on SCR membership?
No questions. No questions.
No.
Thank you very much, Laura Kakuni.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you again for having me.
Yeah. We'll be having Volta Amaro. He's also an SCR staff member, a benthic ecologist at the Marine and Environmental Science Center, University of Lisboa, Portugal. He's particularly interested in ecological and molecular aspects of population structure and evolutionary Let's welcome Dr. Amara.
Hi everyone. I'm gonna try and share my screen. Wait, Zoom is putting a bit of challenges here. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Okay. So thank you for having me here. So apart from being also a Vedic ecologist, I've been acting as the managing editor for the journal of the scientific journal of the SER, which is Restoration Ecology. And I've been doing that since almost 10 years now. So I'm here to share with you a few ideas about how to overcome some challenges to publish in the journal Restoration Ecology, but pretty much these ideas would apply to any scientific journal across disciplines as well, not just ecology. But I'm going to focus on our journal, of course, but this you can apply these ideas anywhere else. So the first thing I see mistakes about getting into a journal is to actually target the research or the manuscript specifically for that audience. So the first question is whether your project or your research is actually focused and totally focused on restoration ecology in this case. So because it's a specialty journal, so we focus on or we look for manuscripts that really put emphasis on the restoration ecology. So not just a thing on the side of the whole research. So that's a key thing. So the next thing is to think about the key aspects, the relevance of your work. What new concepts are you bringing in, or how do you address them differently or better than what others have done before? So this is the key thing before submitting to any journal, so you can think about what is the focus, what is the audience that you are trying to target with your message. So the next thing is to carefully read the author guidelines. These seem a bit basic, but it's very important because in there you will find specificities about the manuscript categories, and you can choose the one that better fits your project, either if it's a research, the classical research manuscript, or if you have a more technical manuscript talking about a new technique, for example. So different kinds of manuscripts are reviewed differently by the editors and the reviewers. So you should look for the best structure that matches the data or the information you have and the message you are trying to convey. So I just put here some information that changed recently. So you can see that sometimes you may be accustomed to a given journal, but things change, and this is a big change for us now because there is no more publication fees if your printed article remains below the limit of 8 pages. So this is a big change because for some journals, you might start thinking, do I have the money to cover the page charges or not? That's also a very important aspect to think about. So in restoration ecology, there are no more fees if your manuscript stays within this limit, which is generally the normal research paper up to 9 pages. 8-9 pages is more or less what you see in across different journals. So moving on to the actual content of restoration ecology and the kind of papers we are looking for. So you should keep in mind that you are writing, that you are talking to an audience that already knows what is restoration ecology, right? So you don't need to define restoration ecology or how it is important, how ecology is important. We already know this because this is a specific audience. What you should focus on is telling us a story, a good narrative. And if you have to change things to describe your work and your results in a non-chronological way, that's perfectly fine, as long as you keep the audience engaged. And don't use too many side ideas. How do I use here? So sometimes you spend a lot of time writing a paragraph or developing an idea that is not actually the focal point of the manuscript. And in the end, you just have to remove that paragraph. So that's what I mean to say by killing your darling, so that you spend so much time focusing on one idea, but it's not really the focus of the paper. So when you're finishing up before submission and you want to keep things concise and in an engaging a manner to keep the audience interested in your research. So you need to be pragmatic. And if you need to throw away a couple of paragraphs, the paragraphs that you actually spent half a day making them perfect, but if they are not, or if they are just tangential for the focus of the paper, so that's what you should do. Go straight to the point and keep it simple and keep it clean. So breaking down, you should start with this is what we look for, and this is what the readers of your article are going to encounter first, the abstract, of course, apart from the title. So this is very important to get people to read the rest of the paper. So this is what you're trying to sell, is basically your research. So this is your, I'm sorry, I'm missing the word in English, because I live in Portugal. I'm from Portugal. I forgot to say this, and sometimes it's difficult to find the right word. So, but basically you want to sell your research, right? So what have you done? What is the main context, the main methods, which are the most key and most important results, and what those results mean to others or other ecosystems. So your implications, your consequences, your recommendations. This is what should be in the abstract, right? Again, keep it straight to the point, simple and clear, and engaging to other people. So if you are writing a normal research or the traditional research paper, you need, if it's not a more technical or more practical article, you will need to find a way to talk to or to introduce your manuscript in regards to what we already know in terms of frameworks, theories, and etc. Right? So this is a concept that applies mostly to review articles, but you can apply to your introduction, for example. So moving on. Just try to pick it up. Where were we? Sorry about that.
Yeah.
So I think we were here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so as I was saying, the introduction needs to be concise because you don't have to explain the audience what restoration ecology is. So you go straight to the point. What is the main framework where your research sits in, what we already know in terms of the literature. You don't have to, unless it's a review article, you don't have to rehash what is already known. And it's basically to identify your questions. Where did you find the gaps in the knowledge? and your research questions and how you went about to try to get an answer for these. Sorry. So here you go. Again, you are being concise. I'm moving this more quickly. So in terms of the methodology, of course, some methodologies can be quite complicated, but the basic idea is to keep it informative enough so others can replicate what you have done, right? And feel free, or we encourage that you tell us what went wrong. Sometimes we have been, working hard for several months, and then in the end, things don't work out. And if that can be helpful to others to prevent it from, going through the same mistakes, please do let us know. You don't have to beat yourself saying, "Oh, this is awful. I can't do this, and we've done everything wrong." No, just say what you went wrong and how you corrected that, and how you have moved forward. Pictures are great. Of course, graphs in ecology are, a good way to explain your data. But if you have pictures, these are visually attractive and can clearly explain the results. So this is not exactly the same location, but it's the same site and close enough that you can see the difference before and after, and this immediately tells you what happened. So feel free to use pictures in restoration ecology, because this really helps to get the message across. And then the discussion, right? So the idea is not to repeat the results, and you should start with your key outcomes. So what was your research question and what you have found out? And then you go through the rest of the discussion, providing the details and convincing the readers that what you have done is supported by your data, and your conclusions are your conclusions are valuable to move the information to get us with more knowledge and to perform better in terms of restoration activities the next time anyone would engage in similar restoration actions. So, of course, you should contextualize your discussion with what is already known, but sometimes you need to go against what is established in the literature, what we think, what are the current theories, and that's fine, and that's what you should do. Of course, you can't be trashing other people's work, but you can also be too subtle, saying, this might be this might be that. So you have to strive for a balance between your results and what is against your results, but not too subtle. Otherwise, your work will become not relevant. Okay. So, and then in the concluding paragraphs, you should perhaps set the agenda for what is needing, what are the needs of knowledge going forward. Now that you fill the gaps and you have answered the research questions, what else should be done to advance the knowledge? This is, of course, up to you how much you want to disclose. Of course, you don't want to perhaps tell everyone every single detail of your next research, but keep the readers interested to follow you and follow your research in the next papers. And then nowadays, more and more, when you're finally have your article published, you need to help the journal promote it. So send us a short description, send us your links to your Twitter account, send us some photographs that we can publish in social media. So promote your work so that others can follow you and be engaged with you in your paper and with your research in general. And this was what I have to say. So I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. Please go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much, Walter. Esther, you have a question for him, right? So anybody with further questions should also signify. Okay, I think you should have listed it. Okay. So Esther is asking if just said my research project is titled Impact of Bamboo Community on Biodiversity, Soil Properties and Microclimate in Afrotropical Ecosystem. Is this a restoration research work? If yes, how do I go about it to get the information, engaging, cutting across the main topics and bridging the gaps between while contributing to knowledge?
Thank you, Esther. So the first question, as I started the presentation, is restoration any action in the restoration continuum the central focus of the research? If yes, then you need to think, okay, how are my findings, or how can my findings be useful to someone else, even if it's not in a bamboo forest, similar ecological and restoration processes and principles that are, working with your results. What have you found? How can that be applicable in the same or similar ecosystems or elsewhere where the same processes are occurring? And when you have found this connection, then you found the theories behind it. And this is where you composed a compelling story and relevance for other readers across the globe, right? Because in ecology, a lot, if not, I would say 95%, and I'm being conservative here, 95% of the research is done locally, okay? So how to scale up the relevance of the research for an international journal? So that's what I was talking about. You need to think how your findings, how your new methodology, whatever you are working on, can be relevant to someone else. So you need to find that and then compose the research article around it. No worries.
Okay, thank you. I think you've answered that question. Yes, so I have a question for you on voting.
Yes.
I was thinking for this conference, we have abstracts and some manuscripts that were submitted. And some of our speakers are still working on papers. I think by the end of it, all their papers available. So my question is there a way the international organization, that is the international SEL body, can help us publish this, is there a way for some selected papers, is there a way they can help us publish it and all that? So it can also encourage students, local speakers, and also members too.
Okay, so the journal does not, unfortunately, or I don't know, it's a strategic decision. So the journal does not publish the traditional proceedings of conferences or meetings. So if you have enough material to find or to build a cohesive theme, you could try pitches a special section or a special issue in the journal about the conference, but not the traditional abstract proceedings. And if you have that idea, and if you think you have the material, you just send us an email either to me or directly to the editor-in-chief, and I will, of course, forward him to him, because he is the one making those decisions in terms of strategic content of the journal. So you can find those our contacts just in the webpage of the journal. Both our emails are there. So just send us an email, whatever ideas or thoughts you have. If we have already a list of contributors, perhaps a bit of information on each, and we can help you if you can give us we can give you our feedback in terms of if you think that is possible, if you perhaps could create, as I was saying, a special section or issue, which is a collection of maybe 6 to 10 papers. So just send us that information and we'll work with you and we'll let you know.
All right. Thank you very much. It's indeed a very wonderful and well explained section. Thank you very much.
No, thank you.
Yeah. So if you have further questions for Volta Amaral and also Laura Tony, both SCL staff members, but I say it's quite sad. Most of the students, the student participants have reduced due to classes or having one or two very important things. But I'll make sure they get this recording and they have further questions, because a lot of them have questions concerning membership, especially when it comes to the open membership. We're just unfortunate that you presented when they've all gone. I think they have like important classes and all that. So I'll make sure they get this recording, and whatever questions they have, they will reach out to you. So via your mail or yeah, I think via your mail. Yeah. So thank you very much, the SCR representatives, that was the person of Laura Caponi and but Mara, it was indeed having you. Thank you very much.
Thank
So
you, and I'll be happy to answer the questions. Just send them to me and I'll be happy to reply to them whenever you got them. Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I'll be moving to the next speaker, who is Karen. She will be representing Kit McCall, who is a contractor for SCL and is a proud member of SCL since 2019 and is involved in several regional student chapters. Yeah, so I'll be bringing on board Karen to also introduce herself, because I have little information about her. So Karen, you have the floor. You can come on board, please.
Great. Thank you so much, Corey. I am going to share my screen quickly. Right. Sharing and start. All right. Are you all seeing my screen now?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Fabulous. All right. Thank you. I'm Karen Tekvrick. I am, as Corey mentioned, here. I work super closely with Keith McCallum, who I think may be on the agenda for this session. But we both work with the Certified Ecological Restoration Program, or practitioner program. And I am super excited to talk to you all today. So I am the certification program manager. So I manage our Certified Ecological Restoration Practitioner program. And let me tell you all a little bit about it. So we launched about 6 years ago in 2017, and the Certified Ecological Restoration Practitioner program, which I call CERP a lot. So if you hear me say CERP, that's so I can skip saying all those other words. It's the only international certification program for ecological restoration practitioners. So it's a really amazing, unique program. And I joined SER about 6 months ago, and I've got to say, I have been incredibly impressed by the qualifications of folks in this program around the globe. So CERP offers preliminary and senior level credentials based on your knowledge and experience. So there are sort of levels for early career professionals as well as for folks who have been in the field for longer. Right now, there's about we've certified over 700 practitioners, And let me tell you a little bit more about what those practitioners get out of the program. So there's goals for you and there's goals for the program. The reason that the certification program exists is that we are seeking to improve the quality of on-the-ground restoration. The CERT program verifies that practitioners have the requisite expertise to engage in restoration projects, and ensures that practitioners are continuing to maintain that expertise. So, as I'm sure you might be familiar with, the field of restoration, it's a new and growing field. And while there's lots of practitioners out there, making sure that the restoration work that is happening is, the best, highest quality and is aligned with standards for restoration is really critical. And so the CERP program is a way of making sure that practitioners are meeting those standards and doing that high quality restoration and able to share about that restoration with the people around them. In addition to that, as a CERP or a CERP in training, you get a pretty wide range of professional benefits. So you as an expert, if you apply to become a certified ecological restoration practitioner in training, you'll get formal recognition of your expertise. You'll get a stamp and a badge that you can put places like the social media feeds that Walter was just talking about, LinkedIn, Twitter, etc. You will be able to put that CERP or CERPIT acronym on, on your documents, on your resumes, on your CVs. You'll be listed on SER's website as somebody with that expertise. And you'll also get our really unique publication, Practitioner Insider, that is specifically for and by CERPs and CERPITs, that dives into some of the unique aspects of being a restoration practitioner. So there's 2 credentials offered by the program, and they're at those 2 different experience levels I talked about. So I think today I'm going to talk a little bit more about CERPIT, which is the earlier career professional certification. But let me tell you what they both are. So we have the Certified Ecological Restoration Practitioner certification, which is our senior level certification. So that's for folks who have been practicing for several years after their education. They're well into their career, and they have a lot of demonstrated experience. So that's for folks who have you have to have at least 5 years of full-time experience in addition to knowledge requirements. For folks who are maybe, for instance, just finishing their university training, just starting in the field of restoration, or have been in restoration work for a little while or transitioned to it from another career, we have this CERP in training certification that I think is really cool because it's more of a preliminary certification for early career practitioners and emerging professionals. And you can meet the qualifications for this certification by having either 5 years of full-time restoration experience or meeting the knowledge requirements that we have. So if you went to school for something else and then shifted to a career in restoration and have built experience, but don't have the transcripts that go with that, that's one path. And if you have been studying restoration ecology, but have just started in your professional career, CERPIT is also a great option for you. So where are our practitioners? They're all over the world. We have, I think I should update this, we actually have CERPs in 26 or 27 countries now. And I am really excited because when I joined SER 6 months ago, one of the big goals that was expressed to me was continuing to expand the like global aspects of the SERP program. As we know, there's really important restoration ecology work that needs to happen around the world. And so I've been partnering, for instance, with folks in some global biodiversity survey hub countries, like, I'll blank on the names now, like Kenya and Madagascar and Malaysia and Jordan, along with, you know, new applicants from across the globe to make sure that we are certifying practitioners and working with practitioners all over the place. So you may be wondering, can I apply? And the answer is, I mean, anyone can apply. We're an international program, but what I like to note is that practitioners also have a variety of backgrounds. So there aren't any geographic restrictions for applying, and there are certified practitioners from every continent but Antarctica at this point. I don't know that, since nobody's a citizen there, we'll probably have to stick with just the 6 continents. But the folks that are in this program also bring different expertise. So some restoration practitioners are ecologists, but some are foresters. Some come from a landscape architecture background or an environmental science background. We work with some academic researchers as well that are doing restoration work, like both in the field and in the lab. You know, they're the folks publishing with Walter at that like leading edge of restoration ecology. And so if any of those sort of pathways apply to you, we would love to see you apply. So how do you do that? There's a process for application that has several steps. I'm going to go through them, but I'm going to start out by highlighting the website that is listed at the bottom of this slide right here, ser.org/SERP program. And I will also note that I'll have my email at the end of this presentation, and you will be able to note that down, because there's several steps. None of them on their own are particularly, you know, like weird, and they're totally feasible, but it can be helpful to have a resource to refer back to, and it can be helpful to have a person to email if you have questions. So first things first, you want to make sure you meet the program requirements, either that 5 years of experience or knowledge requirements. There's an application fee that's different for SERPs and SERPITs. That fee covers essentially the cost of administering and evaluating your application. But I want to note that there are open doors and equity rates. If you look at these numbers and you're like, that is completely out of my price range, we have, it's really critical to me and to SER that people be able to apply for the SERP and SERPIT certifications without any financial barriers. And so if that's the reason that you're not applying, reach out to us and we'll make sure that we find the price point that's right for you. In addition to that, you'll need to complete an e-learning course that goes through the standards and practices for ecological restoration that SER has published, and sort of makes sure that you're both familiar with them and getting a refresher on those best practices. To finalize your application, you'll look at old applications. And then once you are ready, we have a special portal where you will submit an application online that includes several of these components we just talked about. So you'll be asked to provide your CV or resume, transcripts that verify that you meet that knowledge base as relevant, and 3 professional references, which you can actually link right through the application. It's great. You can put in their emails and then you have everything just come directly to your application once the references are complete. You'll also be asked, if you're going for a certification based on experience, you'll be asked to share about some of the projects that you've worked on and talk in a little bit more detail about up to 3 projects that you've worked on in restoration ecology. We have a whole application checklist to help prepare those materials, and you can find out more on our website at ser.org/SERP program. But one thing I want to highlight is that we have application review periods twice a year. So we have application deadlines April 30th and then October 31st. So the next one is April 30th, 2024. Folks that apply at that point will have their applications reviewed in May, and we'll hear back on whether they have met that certification goal in June. All right, I see that there's a question in the chat, and that's the main content I have to share. But I just wanted to highlight, you can see my email here, certification@ser.org, if you have follow-up questions, or if you want to, share your transcripts and see what they cover. But with that, I'll turn things over to, I see Esther in the chat has a question.
Yeah, ma'am. Actually, what about someone like what your slides have been showing about experience? What about someone with no experience at all, for the graduate of maybe one of these environmental science courses, forestry or architectural courses or whatever, and wants to be a member? No provision for that. And for the price fee, as in a fee attached to this membership certification, is there no free membership certification for now, as in at students level or any other level? Because
those are both great questions. On the fee, I want to say the lowest rate is like $15. There are very affordable, like much less expensive rates for application that are definitely more applicable. And we do work with some academic partners where there's free membership for a year for students that graduate as part of that academic partnership. And in some cases, sort of an automatic ability to apply for the SERPIT certification. If you have questions about like your specific circumstances, I would say just send me an email at certification@ser.org, and we'll find, whatever pathway is the best for you to apply. Does that answer the financial question, Esther? And then I'll get to the background question.
Yeah, that answers the financial question, and I'm talking about somebody with no experience.
Yeah, great question. So if you are let's say that you are a student and you're in an environmental science program or an ecological restoration program or a forestry program, then the best pathway for you is probably to apply for SERPIT, the in-training certification, and use the knowledge base pathway. So you can apply with that 5 years of experience, but you can also apply with your academic transcripts and say, hey, we have this set of knowledge requirements. I meet those through these courses. So we require, somewhere I have a breakdown of it, and you can find it on the website too. But we require so many credits in physical science, so many credits in ecological restoration, in biological science and ecology. And you can go through that checklist and say, oh, I've taken this course and this course and this course, and I meet those knowledge-based requirements. If you do that, then you don't necessarily have to have experience in the field yet. Your experience is that academic experience rather. And your application could be approved for SERPIT, and then you'll get recommendations on if you want to upgrade to SERP in the future. That'll probably say, hey, once you have 5 years of full-time experience, once you're able to talk about 3 restoration projects, you can become a full SERP. Does that answer your question?
Yes, ma. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Oh,
Are there other
you can also
questions?
send the email across the chat so that I could actually get through to it.
Oh, that's a great idea. Let me pop my email in the chat for anybody that needs it.
Okay, ma. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Karen. You really did quite a good presentation for it's my poll, and you did justice to it. Okay. In the absence of no question, the coming we're close to the closing of the program. Um, Karen is the last speaker for this program, and we'll be giving our closing remarks by
Please don't be offended. I want to
okay,
ask.
all right.
Please, is there kind of internship program that is going on SCR now, SMER now, and how can it cut across to so many other programs who actually need internship experience, especially those forestry students? Most of them applying to graduate schools actually need this kind of experience for them to
Internship.
apply to graduate schools. So for them now to have this hands-on experience, whether it is actually online or offline, or maybe kind of a grant that will be able to make students from Africa or Nigeria, people with low economic or financial background, travel from here to that place to experience what it means to have a kind of practical aspect of their courses if it's not actually permissible here in Nigeria. So is there kind of any of that? I need to know.
Concerning the internship role, I have little idea about that, but I think the SCR representatives should have an idea about the internship roles and all that with an application. So I don't know if we still have them on call. That is in person of Laura Caponi. I don't know if she's still on call. She could
Okay.
answer your internship questions because I have no idea of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is Laura, and I'm still here. I can briefly answer it. We don't currently have a formal internship program, but what I can share is that over the last couple of years, SER has been developing a restoration fellowship program, and we currently have 3 fellows, and they're all working on specific projects. And our hope is that we will continue to build the program, but it's a very focused program. And the way that the fellowships are currently designed is they're very specific and focused on like 2 of our fellows, the funding was allocated for indigenous and underrepresented emerging professionals from North America, for example. And our 3rd fellow is working on our biodiversity standard program, and the criteria for selecting that person was very narrow in region of the world and specialization. So I think as we continue to evolve that program, there could potentially be additional opportunities. On the other side, the other point I wanted to make is that at the closing of our 8th World Conference in 2019, it was held in Cape Town, South Africa. And after that conference is when the continental chapter, SER Africa, was formalized. So the membership and presence across Africa is still relatively new, but it is also growing very rapidly. So I think that as the chapter, as SER Africa chapter continues to grow and become more formal, then opportunities will emerge at the chapter level and at the continental level. But SER Global and SER Africa are working closely together to identify opportunities and create those opportunities. And Dr. Excellence is very well positioned because he's not only the student advisor for the student chapter, but he's also a member of the SER Africa board and also the SER Global board.
Okay.
So thank
All
you
right.
very much. And I'm sorry, but I do have to jump off the call. So I just wanted to thank you all for having me on the conference. And please feel free to reach out if you have any other questions about SER Global.
Okay, thank you. I'm grateful.
All right. Thank you very much, Esther.
Mm.
You've really bombarded questions. Thank you.
Okay.
That'll be all for today. That was our last speaker, and we'll be rounding up the closing of the physical and virtual events. So tomorrow is the field trip, and for those who would like to participate, mostly the students will all be there. Talking in respect of the speakers, the local speakers around, and those of you around Lagos, so those of you that can travel down. The field trip will be holding at Lufasi Park. The talk on the facility and will be taught on how they are also trying to practice it and incorporate it in their activities. Yeah, so I'll be on behalf of the faculty advisor, that was in person of Dr. Excellence Akeredolu. I would like to thank all participants, both those that attended virtually and physically. It was great having you all, and we wholeheartedly appreciate you for your commitment and support to this program, indirectly and directly. Say a big thank you. And as we all as we move forward, we would like to so we have Sir here, which can say we'll be giving his closing remarks. So Sir, you can say something, sir.
Thank you, everybody. I want to use this time to thank Karen for the wonderful presentation and also all our friends who made it since morning here. I want to let you know that the future is bright for us. All we just need to do is to be more committed, all to be banded together and to keep on moving. Actually, it was during the last trip to Darwin for the SCR conference that I told myself that I want this thing to happen. And I want to really thank God that it happened at last. The conference has come and gone and has happened in a big way. Only God alone can quantify the value of the knowledge and the wisdom that have been deposited on us as a result of this experience. So I want to encourage all participants to go back home and implement all the strategies, all the things that have been shared during the course of this program, of this conference. And as we do that, our continent will not remain the same. We will change the entire planet for good. If everybody become green. So thank you everybody who has paid the price to be here by sharing, by listening, by partaking in one thing or the other. So once again, I want to thank you all. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther.
I would love to get in touch with Dr. Excellence if possible. So can you share me his email address or maybe his phone number?
All right, I just shared it to you now. Excellence.
Okay. I'm also on the WhatsApp group of SCR. So
okay, you're also on the WhatsApp group, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there's no problem then.
Okay. All right. No